Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Bracers Guild podcast, where we go through trails chapter by chapter, and we're on the final chapter. Woot woot!
Let's go!
And joining me on this final journey of this game, not the final one, but the final one of this one, is Alex.
Hello. Yes, this is indeed the first chapter's final chapter, which is very fun to Google. Trails of the Sky, first chapter, final chapter.
Good thing I don't put first chapter in the thing, because that would be... I would, you just abbreviate it, because literally the second game is literally just SC, because it's second chapter. And then
for some reason they say like final chapter, which is like the same abbreviation.
No. What's the specific thing? Let me look at it quickly. It's literally like Trails in the Sky the third or something like that.
Yeah.
It's Trails in the Sky the third. Literally just Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky the third.
They just wanted that like sequentially longer name, like Trails in the Sky, Trails in the Sky SC, Trails in the Sky the third. So it's like a little staircase, I guess.
Yeah, like each of the logos is also like inconsistent. But it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. It is brilliant. Hey, should we
buckle up, boys and girls, because this is going to be the longest thing I've ever done in my life. This one chapter, because it's a nightmare.
I did this over the course of a month. It was so goddamn long.
I basically did it in 2 days.
I don't know how you managed that, but here we are.
Yeah, we're here. So it's going to be hazy. My notes are not that great because I wanted to rush through it. So yeah, it's going to be a chapter.
Mm-hmm.
So last time we were at Zeiss and we infiltrated a military base to, rescue Professor Russell, and it's like time to what is it? I want you to deliver this message to the Queen, and it's like, okay. So chapter starts, and we're at the Bracers Guild, and then it's like, okay, this is our thing. We're going to take the airliner because it's an emergency, and so they're a little disappointed that they won't complete their journey on foot, as like the thing like Charizard suggested beforehand at the kind of like beginning of like, if you want to be like true like senior like full-fledged Blazers, you gotta walk around to each city. Can't take the easy road.
I think specifically that was like something she gained from Master Cassius as well. So it was like advice passed down. Yeah,
so unfortunately they can't complete that. But unfortunately or fortunately, Ameliath, pink hair woman, Lieutenant Colonel's thing, is gonna do an inspection around here. So the airliners that was gonna come here for us got shut down. I don't know if it delayed it or just like shut down like all commute stuff.
I don't even remember it really getting shut down. I
think it was just like delayed, and
then
and we don't. And
then she was like, "I'm coming," and we're like, walking's not that bad."
Yeah, we just say, "Fuck it," we ball, and then we go to Grand Seal on foot.
Mm-hmm. But we cancel our tickets first because we're responsible 16-year-old adults.
Only the most responsible of adults.
And you say we get ambushed by a puppy?
I think on this route we fight a wolf, or that was last chapter. I can't remember. I know on this route that we fought like wolves or something as like as like one of the path mini bosses.
And ladies and gentlemen, I want to point out, you can't judge us. This was like a 20-hour chapter. This was nearly a game on
it was a 10-hour chapter essentially.
I clocked in 20. I was at 45 before. No, I guess I clocked in 10. I was at 45 before, and I'm at 55 after.
Yeah, it was a 10-hour chapter, and I don't think there was actually any side quests because the guide that I was looking through didn't do any of the stuff besides the stuff in the sewer. So I think
Yeah. You
only
said
like
there's monsters in the sewer, and that was the only side quest.
yeah,
Or two of them.
which was shocking because like at like a later point it's like, oh yeah, let's go and like train up. So I thought it's like, oh, that's gonna be a side quest thing, but it's like not really.
Nope. This is the weirdly like. I mean, they kind of threw side quest validity out altogether, but especially this chapter, the side quest became the most mundane. Like, just explore, I guess, you bastard, and then that's it. And all the rewards you get are the same tier bomb that's like $10 at the local grocery store. So it's just like, eh.
So after we go through the path of like the may or may not be wolves, we head over to
Yeah.
uh S something gate. We head to like the gate into from Zeiss to Grand Seal. And we get an American-esque tier search of trying to cross the border. And I was like,
Oh yeah.
where it's like, hey, could why are you coming over the border? You get bracers? Well, we're gonna need to question you for reasons because if you forgot from the last chapter, the Royal Guard are suspected to be the terrorists that took Professor Russell from the previous chapter, which is actually the special ops people that is part of like the intelligence army. So they're all on high alert due to that, and like because the special ops have like pinned the thing on the Royal Army as the culprits. So the Royal Guard is now on what is it?
They're
The
on
Royal
high
Guard.
alert looking for fresh children to suck the blood from like the true vampires they are.
What's-
Right? I think that's where you were going with that. Are you okay? Did I?
Sorry, I'm just closing my window because there's people.
Okay.
outside. It's all good. Sorry about that. Didn't expect
Since we're probably
noise
gonna
at
edit that out, then
6:30
I'm gonna-
p.m. on a Saturday. People
Mhm.
working. What is this? So they kind of asked for us, like, your bracers. We can't let you pass unless you specify why you coming here. And it's like, oh, we have a secret request from a client. Obviously, they can't tell them who it is because it's the person who incited this whole incident. So that would be a little suspicious. But hey, Professor Alba bails us out and is like, "Yeah, I was researching stuff over here, and I need some bodyguards from the guild to help me out." So he kind of just bails us out of that.
You say that, I'm pretty sure he was just hitching a freebie.
Well, no, he doesn't he come from like the other side of like the gate almost?
Yeah, he does. He looked out into the road and he's like, "Fuck that! I need two young people to go and beat these up. I don't have money though, so oh look, the two young people that do stuff for me for free.
Yeah.
I'll just say hello." And then he saves us accidentally. It was all part of his master plan.
All according to Geikaku.
Yeah, all those cakes,
I love them cakes.
all those cupcakes. Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, Alba, once again, still researching towers around here. That's just what he does. He good old researcher and going back to like the Researchers Guild or whatever they're called. Like Archaeologist Guild or something like that to get like funding or something like that. I can't remember.
Neither can I. I think he's going off to the museum though. Like that's why he's heading over there because he got invited to something like an opening.
Yeah, something like that. And then as we head to the capital, we run into some guards. And they're like, don't go to the Erba Royal Villa. And then both me and the professor are like, I want to go there. When someone tells me not to do something, I really want to do something.
Yeah. I think Joshua is the Buzzjoy. I'd like to point out with what you said, it makes it sound like you also went directly where they said not to go, right after they said that.
I
Is that true?
I didn't, but I just
Aw.
agreed with the sentiment.
I literally was just like, yeah, bet, and I just ran.
They
It was
probably
just a
stopped you.
wall. There was nothing there. Yeah. He's like, don't go up that road. And I'm like, okay. And it's like, it's a road. Okay, cool. Well, that's
It's
that,
a
I
road
guess.
that leads into a forest. Bunch of
It's
monsters
next
in
to a
there.
fort or something. Yeah.
Hey, and we finally arrive in Grand Seal. It's the biggest town in this city. It's like a city
Biggest
of like
town in this city.
that oxymoron. The biggest town in the country,
Man,
aka
this is
the
the
biggest
biggest
city.
city in this house.
Words escape me sometimes. I'm just a master
They don't
wordsmith.
just escape you, they bash you over the back of the head. Like they form a ring and they just spit on you. Like, but I get it, yeah.
Yeah. Grand Seal is pretty big. It has a lot of different, it has like a north, south, east, and west, unlike kind of like Bose is like north and south type thing. There's like different like industries, like your main like central areas where all the markets are at. You got the Bracers Guild, the Fisherman's Guild.
You have a mall?
That's on the west east.
That's the east side, I think,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know which.
I just wanted to
It's on
point
the
it out
right
because, like,
side.
the only other city in this town that has a mall is the second one. Is it Rouen or is it
Bose.
Bose? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Bose. Bose is the only other one with a mall. So I guess it's like a really big deal that Bose has a mall, considering the Royal City is the only other one that we found because we've gone to all the cities, right?
And
I was like,
that's
oh, yeah, I
really
get it now.
Yeah, and that's really all that's on like the east side, besides like a bunch of embassies and a mall. And then like,
There's the museum, and I have some notes on that.
oh, is that on the east side?
Yep, it's at the northwest of the east.
Wait,
Yeah.
what,
If you go
wait,
north,
that doesn't make
after
sense.
you go,
Wait,
no, you go
northwest
east
of
and then
the
you go
east?
north. Yeah, northwest of the. If you go east and then you go northwest in the east, then you can go west from the point of northwest, and then you can go in, and then you can travel in all the cardinal directions.
Ay ay ay.
Yeah.
Never
Do you want me to
ask me
ramble
for
off some of the
directions
crap I
from you.
found? I mean, the other day we legitimately had a go left, right, go right moment. But I have some notes here. Albo's in the History Museum, and that is it. That's all that he does. The Septian. So apparently, the people of Liberl, like the humans or whatever, are called Septians. They used to be shogunate style, so there's like a knight-derived social class. There was a 500-year dark period, and the churches were the ones to deal with this dark period with, as is said in the game, the manifestation of Eidos. So I guess it's like the perspective is, at least from the scholarly circles, is that Eidos is just like an idea that was brought up in the same way that like a character would be invented, because they talk about the way that he changed too. So it's like the year 900, which is 400 years after the ending of the Dark Period, was the creation of what is considered the current manifestation of Eidos, which I don't know what that implies. I guess this one is willing to lecture a bunch of people on whether or not they should keep the country alive and resurrect pretty princesses. Yeah, and that's it. That's the whole of the museum is just that. Just the world was that it was evil, and then it wasn't when we got God, and he was cool, and then he was better, or she.
Yeah, she.
Yeah.
I mean, surprisingly, religion starts actually coming into the plot later on, which is
Kinda.
kind of. It's heavily like it comes out of nowhere. That's why I'm gonna bring it up. It's like that, but Yeah,
Yeah,
and
Zin
then
sleeps with a nun.
and then the west side is all. It's got some cafes. It's got like the liberal news
Yep,
place,
is
the
the
church,
liberal news media.
the liberal news media. Let's
Uh
go.
huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. And right next to it is the church, which I love.
And a quaint cafe. So quaint.
Mm. Hmm.
But after we arrive in Grand Seals, we part way with the professor, and yeah, he goes to the museum, and
Yep.
we go to the guild. It's like, okay, we gotta check up on the guild because that's a thing that we do.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta report in, and we see a sea of familiar faces and a bunch of new ones. We see Karna and Grant. You remember Grant? That dude. That dude
How
that I
could I
thought
forget? He
that dude
has red hair, I think.
he does, and the guy who I confused with Agate.
How is beyond me.
Well, they both had red hair.
Yeah, but like Agates goes out of everywhere and he has a bandana and he's an edgelord and this Grant dude is like fucking milk toast.
Yeah,
Like,
he's white bread.
yeah. I'm on an adventure. And that's it. That's his whole. Not even.
But we also got some brand new faces within the group, talking to the receptionist Elaine, which I, due to the haircut, thought was a girl at first. I was like,
Really?
yeah, yeah. I was like,
Really?
yeah. Listen, I'm not that perceptive,
Perceptive.
perceptive.
Apparently, I mean, it was a very masculine face.
I don't know. I saw a ponytail and I was like, blonde Elaine, like Elena.
If I shave my beard, I wouldn't be far off from being that checklist, Brandon. I'm not female.
Anyways, we see
Ponytail, Alex. That's close enough. I guess Alexa. I don't know. Either way.
we see a new person, Kurt, and I don't know. I don't think I read her name down correctly. Like Elise or like Annalise.
Annalise, I think.
Annalise. Annalise. Kurt,
Who is
who has
second to Stell.
yeah, it literally is like the most like. What happens if we make like a more anime version of Estelle's character
Yeah.
design?
They're like, we're gonna age up Estelle and give her different eye color and the exact same personality and like a little bit more laid back and longer hair. Bam, Annalise. And
you don't
she
really
has a
get
rapier,
much.
doesn't she?
Yeah, she has like a she has like a rapier, and you don't really get much out of her. Same with like Grant and Karna, but we later on we do get a lot from Kurt, who has the most I feel like most unfortunate haircut, just like green, like fucking, there's like
Mint.
side burn things that like droop over, not sideburns, but like whatever, like hair droop.
Cowlick.
I don't know. I always do not like that haircut. But they're all in a rush to get somewhere. And they leave, and then Elaine fills us in that they're going to be competing in a martial arts competition.
Yep.
I was like,
And we're too late.
and it's like, okay, we need to inform someone what's going on here, what our whole deal. So we inform him all about the Professor Russell situation, and try to discuss ways to get to the Queen, but nothing comes about it really. So it's like, okay, well, let's just go to the gate and see if we can get information from them, from the guards
Yeah,
there.
I love that. Like, we have no plans. How are we gonna? I know. Let's go up to them and ask politely.
Well, they don't ask politely. They
No,
do a little
like
con.
act like tourists.
Yeah, they act like tourists to like kind of like curry favor with them.
Yeah. Although I'll admit, I'm not at all certain why they're not suspicious as heck right now. Like, they've been fighting the special ops soldiers the entire. Do you think it's not?
Well,
the
the
case
special
that they
ops and like
filed a
Royal
report
Army
somewhere?
are very well. they make a very big delineation between the Royal Army and then the Special Ops division, or like the
Yeah,
intelligence
that's fair
division.
enough.
Because
Because I
like
don't think
even
those
like in
guys
the
at the
tournament
gate are
itself,
special ops.
even like in the tournament itself, there's like some conflict going on between the Royal Army and the intelligence divisions of like kind of like a superiority type conflict.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I remember that. Because like both the officers are like, "Rah, rah, rah, rah," and then just get their ass handed to them by humans.
Yeah, because they're fucking mooks.
Yeah.
We do get some information out of them. They say that the queen is air quotes ill and won't come
Because she's
out
been locked.
and locked.
Yeah, locked up in her room.
Oh yeah, and apparently she'll come out the day of her birthday, where there's gonna be a big celebration. Where we've all made a promise to every character in this game where where we're gonna meet them. Also during this conversation, it's like, okay, Queensville, who's running the country? Oh boy, if it ain't our good old friend the Duke is acting
It's
as
the
proxy.
best boy. It's your
Uh oh. Hello. Oh no, internet. Please don't be down.
hello. Oh, there you go.
Fuck. Hello.
It's your
Hey.
boy, Duke Ferdinand. I forgot his name.
Oh no.
Duke
Oh
Douche.
no.
Duke.
I wrote down Duke
That's not
Philip,
right.
but
Philip's
that's
the
not right.
bodyguard.
Philip's the butler. I
Ah,
don't know
yes,
why
Duke
I
Philip.
wrote down Duke Philip.
That would be quite the like turnaround if the entire time Philip was the Duke and this other dude is supposed to be the butler, and he was just so rowdy.
Yikes. That's all I would
Yeah.
say.
But he comes out, I think, and just does a little wiggle or something. What's he do? Doesn't he just go like ah?
No, we
Oh,
we don't even
okay.
get there yet.
Sorry.
We're still talking to the
Yeah.
guards at this point. And then acting as proxy for Queenstead. They also conclude it's like, yeah, this is definitely Richard's puppet. It's like this is definitely like Richard needing to put a proxy out there, so to like gain more control over stuff for reasons.
Do they also mention Princess Claudia being married here, or
No, I think that we don't get that till
Alright.
Nile a long while later. The doors to the castle open up, and then the Duke has overslept from drinking and is late for the tournament. It's like, oh shit, I need to be there. This is the thing I'm running. And it's like, okay, here's our plan. We're now just gonna follow him and just pray something will happen.
yeah, they're kind of grasping for straws.
They're grasping for literally anything.
And they get it.
So
Because he
Skip,
goes off to the Fisherman's Guild, and it turns out, like, surprise of the century, the fisherman Lloyd from way back in like Rose or whatever it's called he's captured the godfish, and it's the final boss time. You gotta kill God. He's a fish. Idos be
oh
praised.
man,
Jeebfish. Jeebish.
Jeebfish. Jeebish.
I'm gonna turn
Oh,
all the water
Jeebus.
to wine, blub blub.
So now this is like fish Jesus.
You can choose between Jeebus and or like Phegeus. I'll let you deal with the details of that. But yeah, no, we end up actually going to the Colosseum instead.
Okay. Yeah. Skipping ahead. I think they asked for tickets. Or
No, but what
whatever.
is
Not really
important is that there's a character in front of the Colosseum called Robin, who wants to cheer for blood and kill everybody, and you should be very concerned of her.
Oh. I thought they were going to do like a joke of like round
No.
robin style.
No, there's an NPC named Robin,
That'd be
and
funny.
she's just like, I want violence, and she's potentially out for you. So I wanted, yeah. So whoever's playing the
Yeah.
game right now, like, if you got us on in the background, look out because she's coming for you. She's behind you, even. Mm.
Lurking. We head to the bleachers arena and see that this is a 4-on-4 competition, and the bracers that we saw earlier start fighting the Royal Army Division.
Mm-hmm. And it's
They own them in what I like to call a battle cutscene. It's the most cutscene as cutscene, just where it's just the combat
yeah.
screen, no UI,
I
just
think
them
it is
fighting
pre-programmed too.
and using
So it's
like
like,
it. It's such yeah. So it's like that's a neat way you can use limitations for like using like a cutscene because like it's neat to see like all the bracers do all their special moves. Like Annalise has that rapier. Sarah has a gun. Kurt has I don't like has like some like I don't know heaven piercing light shit. I don't
Kurt is
know
a like
spear.
he's just like your classical, almost like priest kind of guy, but like paladin.
Or
He
like
doesn't.
paladin.
He's more like a paladin than what he looks like, but he doesn't really paladin it up. He just kind of heals and reses.
And then Grant is basically like your standard swordsman, from what I
Yeah.
remember. Oh my god, I know what he reminds me of. He looks exactly like Roy Fire Emblem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god. I was like, why does this character design look so familiar to me? It's like it is almost not one to one, but close. The next and then they win. And then next battle is the Ravens.
Yeah, they're back.
From the seaside town. Woo, wild, and then versus a solo Zin because the rules we learned later the rules eventually got changed from like a solo
Yeah.
match to a 4-on-4 match for
Yeah, the
whatever
Duke,
reason.
I think later on it's revealed that
I-
the Duke just wanted to freshen it up or whatever because he's convinced that he can win the
Oh,
favor
yeah.
of the people by being the cool Duke. Yeah,
The
gang
cool
signs and
guy.
how do you do, my
Mr.
fellow
Cool
kids?
Guy.
Like,
Yeah, so Zin bodies these guys, which is hilarious, and we get to see his new ult, which is just a Kamehame beam, which is great. There's a big beam of light. I was like, oh my god! I did a little paw. It was like, oh my god, that's so cool! I can't wait to use that move.
and I couldn't have cared less at this point.
After the match, the Duke comes up and gives a rousing speech and says, "Whoever wins the tournament will get a dinner party, get a dinner with him at the royal castle." And somehow, luck favors in just Estelle and Joshua's favor for random reasons.
What do you mean? Oh, just like because they can finally, yeah, because
Oh.
their plan is to go to Zin and be like, hey,
Yeah, that's
you
like
need a
they're
team
in.
of 4. And Zin's like, yeah.
Well, it's more like oh, here's this convenient way for
Oh,
them
yeah,
to get
yeah,
into
yeah.
the castle. It's a fun little like goal, but very like video gamey convenient.
Very ex machina.
And then after the match, we go meet up with the Bracer squad. Then we're going to tell them. We're originally going to tell them our plan. So it's like, oh, maybe you guys can go and like tell the queen. But then they eventually like, even with like out us mentioning the plan, it's like, hey, you guys should sign up and
Yeah.
like help Zin out because he came here all the way from Clavierd to be in this tournament. So you know what that means. It's time to go find where he is and join his team.
Where could he be, Brandon?
Well, we try to go looking for him, but what we end up finding is a husband instead. As we go to the bar, and guess who rugs his ugly face? It's Olivier. He's playing piano at the bar,
Hmm.
being
Hmm.
so dramatic. And for the first time, Stella's like, "Damn, he's actually a good musician."
Yeah, when he's not singing about love and hope and stuff, and he has his mouth shut. Turns out it's not bad. Yeah,
Not
yeah,
bad,
yeah.
kid. Not
Not
bad.
bad adult that acts like a kid. Not bad.
Apparently, he's been at
Hmm.
Grensealed for a month, and fucking time flies because I think more accurately, he was at Rolent for a month, and then he like
He escaped. Like he was a
came
war
here for
victim
another month.
of alcohol and sexual
Oh
abuse,
yes,
and he just like scraped his way over.
but now he's also got a little Stockholm
Mhm.
syndrome as well.
Yeah.
So
And he's got a big, strong Mr. Vander who's
definitely got
also like keeping
traumatized by,
tabs on him. His whole life's just a mess now. So he's got to play piano just so that he can like feel human.
and he's somehow a
Yeah,
spy.
yeah.
I
And
don't.
on top of all of this, just to add pressure and just he's a pervert too. Like, just the man has the worst luck. Just completely unfunctional. Like, poor guy.
This is why we love him.
Our husband. Not the one that we want by any means, but I guess the one we deserve in some cruel sense of fate, like twisted fate.
Yeah. I think specifically Stella's is like, it's drinking with Anna, and then he goes like, "Who's Anna? I have no idea," and he tries to repress the memory of the whole situation.
Yeah. And then Joshua, I think, tears it out of him, and he's like, I guess.
Also, like incidentally, we found out that Oliver and Zin know each other because they're drinking buddies. Because who happens? Because they're men.
I
I don't
mean,
know. Bar,
Olivier would
drink.
100% be the kind of guy to walk straight up to Zin and just flirt with him because he's tall. Like, just genuinely.
Yeah.
He's our husband, not by choice, Brandon. He kind of comes on you.
Speaking of that, Ezwe's like, okay, cool, we're gonna go find Zin. He's like, oh, great,
Yeah.
let's go find Zin. It's like, bro,
Just like
bro,
follows.
we didn't
He's
even
like a
ask.
cat that's on the street. Like,
Yeah, no, he follows like, he follows like a lost puppy, and it's like, and then as he goes on, it's like
Yeah.
insults Estelle again
Yeah.
for not being womanly enough, and then Estelle
she
just proceeds to
fucking
brain him.
bashes his head in. And Joshua doesn't even fucking
Yeah, he
flinch.
goes flying through
Joshua's
the
like,
doors.
well, you're maybe a bit harsh.
Yeah, he just flies
She
through
fucking
like
hits him
like
so
double
hard.
doors, like saloon
Like-
style.
It's so good. A part of me is like, no, Olivier, and also like, well, also, I mean, yeah.
He deserves it. He is also knocked
Oh, yeah,
out, so
no,
he's
puppy
not
be
following
gone,
us anytime
like-
soon.
I still don't need no bear spray. Like, she. Yeah,
She
her
is
stick
the bear spray.
Spray.
Well, we're about to find a
big one.
bear, so we don't want to
a
get no bear spray.
Big
We want to track the
meditative,
bear.
drunk, flirtatious bear. So we have to go off to.
The right type of
We have to go off
flirtatious.
to. By the way, it's called the scenic route. The scenic route on the way to the military base that is infested with monsters. That he goes explicitly to train for the Colosseum because the monsters are strong enough. So.
Classic the scenic route.
Oh,
Always
it's
stick
over
the
there
scenic
in
route.
Mugger City.
Nothing
And
goes
it's
bad
like
at the scenic route.
flowers and lovely. And it's like, but you really want it, like, you get to choose between Mugger City and the scenic route. And you go and, like, the camera pans over the scenic route and there's just chaos. It's like just people, like, throwing shit through windows and monsters everywhere. It's like, why is it called that? What started this?
The two places you can train to be stronger in Grand Seal is the scenic route forest or the sewers.
No.
There's no in between.
Maybe it's the scenic route because it's where the guards like train and it's the nicer training yard.
I don't know. People like to name arbitrary
Yeah,
stuff
well, no one was
arbitrary
named after.
things.
Maybe there's some person named Scenic Route, and we just Scenic Route, and it's just named after him or her.
What is this Ace Attorney
Scenic
character
Route.
that you've made up?
Scenic Route, I come to prove Olivier's innocence. Yeah. But yeah, we have to go there and like tickle a statue or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, we don't tickle statue. As we like progress through the forest to try to find them, we see a nun being attacked by monsters. So it's like, oh,
Yeah.
we gotta defeat them. And then it's like when monsters come for backup, it's like Zin comes up.
Don't you know? None.
What?
The scenic route isn't for civilians. And there's like 30 of them. Like, sorry, continue.
Listen, the forest got hands.
That's the sequel to The Hills Have Ears.
The forest have
got
eyes.
hands.
Oh, forest got hands.
Yeah, this Zin comes in and like flexes
And
menacingly, and then
that-
we'll just go poof.
And he actually joins the party for real this time, and not just for like one mission. He's now basically here for the entire chapter.
And he
Asterisk.
throws the balance of the chapter off entirely because he's like level 30 fucking 6.
No, he's 32, and we're like 26, or at least I was like
I
26.
was, I
he
think,
was like
27
32.
at the time.
Yeah, it's like I get it. It's like they want to like show he's got more powerful than stuff, but we'll leave the leveling conversation for a different point.
Yeah, we have differing and strong opinions on that.
That's all. And eventually
Yeah.
the same
Yeah.
ultimately.
And so we talked to the nun.
We catch up with. We catch up with Zin, talk
He
to the
instantly
nun,
starts
and then it's
flirting.
like,
Like, he's just like, "Hey there, pretty
Yeah.
lady."
it really is the duality of that one meme of the office workers like compliment versus harassment,
Yeah.
where we got fucking Zin at the top panel and then Olivier at the bottom panel.
Yeah, Zin's the kind of guy to go like, "You've got pretty hair," and Olivier's the kind of guy to go, "Can I smell your feet?" Like,
Oh no, he
oh
blows in your ear.
right. Yeah. No, you're totally right. Zin is the kind of guy to like lean in and like brush your hair out of your face and go like, "Are you all right?" And Olivier is the kind of guy to like fucking lean in and blow on your ear and tickle your chin or something. He's weird. I forgot to mention it. No, because it hasn't happened yet. Yeah.
Is he gay or European?
Is he gay or European? There, right there. Yeah. Yeah, he fits that really well.
As we kind of converse between all each other, special ops soldiers is like, "What are you doing here? What are you doing here, you terrorists?" And it's like, "We can't be you can't be here. The villa's closed." But we kind of like smooth things over, and then it's like we have all that situation resolved. They take the nun away, and then we just get left to our own devices.
Yeah, because the special ops, and
Then
then they're like weirdly like, "This place isn't for you, kid," kind of deal. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The scenic route is not for children.
because they really don't want people near the villa. Who knows why?
Probably something innocent and nice.
Yeah, we gotta protect
Yeah.
them from the terrorists. Anyways,
The scenic route.
We ask Zin to join his team, and he's
Mm-hmm.
happy to have us on board. But we still need one more person on the
Mm-hmm.
team to fill it out for whatever
Well, it's teams
reason.
of
But
four, my
like,
guy. Mm-hmm.
it's teams of four. But he still joined solo. So like, I feel like the difference between 3 and 4 and
Look,
1
you're
and
just trying to find
4
excuses
is
not to bring Olivier. Well, too bad, Mister, because he inserts
well,
himself in anyway.
I literally wrote that as my note. And who better is Olivier as he inserts himself in? It's literally my note. It's like, hey, how about
Yeah.
I join? Because
Yeah,
we go back to the bar
and
and we expect not to be
unfortunately,
harassed.
Olivier is way too willing to instantly start harassing, including Zin. Oh, I think he compliments him. Uh,
Yeah. And it still has the greatest line when Olivier tries to insert himself in. Enter the
yeah.
pervert, stage left.
Oh, I forgot to
So
mention when Estelle
peak.
first. I really want to point this out. When Estelle has some amazing fucking lines in this chapter. Like, enter the pervert stage left is one of my favorite, but she
Like,
also just straight up says you're cracked to Zin.
you're
She's like,
cracked, my
dude,
bro.
Bog, you're cracked.
Listen, Estelle's is getting ahead of the trends 20 years
Yeah,
before,
before the computer's invented.
they're getting popular.
Estelle would be a fucking, like, streamer or some shit in the future. Or at least somebody who watches it. Pog. Ugh. Yeah, so we got Olivier, and his eyes are so good apparently, and that's why Zin instantly assumes he can use a gun. So yeah,
He just knows things.
and stuff.
Oh yeah, I was like, what my next note is. It's like, after all that, it's like, okay, time to head over to the hotel room, and we sure have a conversation in the hotel room that we'll save for later. And the next morning hits, and we head into the arena prep room. But before we can get to a room, the Ravens come up and is like try to shit talk us a little bit. And it's like, hey, we're gonna fight you again. Shh. I don't
I
remember
don't
what they
either.
said,
I
but
just
it's like,
remember that by the end of it, they're all crushing on Estelle because she's just so fucking like nice to them. No, that's after. At the start, she's like, "Yeah, fuck you guys." Later, she's like super nice to them, and then
well,
they get all bashful. They give her a
I
key.
think they come over. I think there's like confusion because like there's like the two different sides of teams get like two separate rooms on like each side. So it's like, oh, Ravens, this is also your room. It's like, no, it's not our room. And it's like, then why are you here? I guess it's none of your business. It's like, okay, trying to start shit by
Yeah,
over
I guess
here.
size up the competition.
We go into the prep room. Is like two Royal Army guards and then the other bracers. So we know we're not gonna be forced to fight the other bracers in this round of the tournament. The first fight is the bracer group against the jobbers, which I think is just like the fucking royal guard, and that's it. They win. And then next is us versus the Ravens, which is just a refight of the previous one, which is just much easier because you have just much better stuff to just deal with them compared to like chapter 2
Sure.
when you fought them. So you can just like infinitely confuse them and then just like, okay, you hit each other,
Yeah, at this point, I
die.
had just given up on the combat, and it was just painful. Like, you're underleveled, your damage is terrible. The only one who can do anything is Zin, and he's got the most boring kit, and so I didn't even mess with any of the stones. So I got in this fight, and it was just like spam the attack button until one of us died, and then if I died, just restart it again.
Yeah, and I didn't get to that point till like the final boss, but we'll get to that. Because at this point, I beat the game when when Alex got to this point.
And then this took like a month just because I was so bored with like the combat and so frustrated with the balance and like everything. the story up to this point, like we talk about it as though it's brief, but it was like 3 hours of just wandering around, not really doing anything, and then you go to the Coliseum and do something, and then it's like another hour of wandering around, not really doing anything, and then going to the Coliseum again, and then doing it again. It's like so slow. And then after that, you have a dungeon. Like, oh, sorry. Continue, continue.
And then the next fight is interesting because we hear, oh, this it's the Sky Pirates versus some mooks, and it's like, what? The Sky Pirates are part of the tournament? How? Why are they here? Well, we'll eventually learn that they're doing this to get time off patrol. I don't know how. I think the Duke just wanted to like even get more
Yep.
spice in the tournament. It's like, ooh, these
Joshua also thinks that
criminals.
this is the reason that the 4-person rule was included.
Which doesn't make sense because like there's three main people and then they have to like force like one of their like
Yeah, but you
mooks.
see, Brandon, there's
Which
four
would
party members.
yeah. They could make like a fourth sibling if they want to do this whole bit. And then the very last fight is the Royal Army versus the Special Ops, where they like just
Yeah.
insta kill them instantly, and then Lawrence does
No,
like
no, no. Lawrence
literally
for
nothing.
mine
Doesn't
did the
attack.
opposite. It was like they fought and they just kind of like delayed and delayed and delayed and nobody died. And then Lawrence just went, okay, I got this. And just went shunk, 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 shunk all in one turn and killed everyone.
I was about to say let's get into more interesting stuff, and but my next note is like we meet with Elaine again, and then nothing happens. Literally, the conversation's so just it's just pointless. No new informations on the visions, just kind of like stuff. But you know who does?
I don't know.
Got our bets in the darkest times.
Oh,
We got Niall.
best boy.
We bump into Niall into a hotel who's doing a story on the tournament. It's like, come on down. So he invites us to his favorite cafe outside of his work to discuss matters further.
And it turns out he's a lying bastard.
The yeah, the truth is he wants to get more information on the terrorist situation, and but the army is scrubbing any info imaginable, pure censorship from the army.
And Estelle abuses the hell out of the situation because he brings him to the cafe. And she effectively empties his whole wallet in one sitting.
Classic Estelle.
She knows what she wants.
He knows the whole situation from Dorothea, the little snitch. What happened and wants more details on it, and we kind of agree upon a deal where we'll tell him more of the whole story, but he want but for Estelle and Joshua, they want some more information on the big three behind this big operation of Lawrence, Amelia, and Lawrence. I don't think that's like specifically what they asked for, but that's what they end up getting. So now it's the next morning, and then after we leave the hotel, the Ravens meet up with us, do some simping or
Right.
whatever Alex
Now
said.
they simp.
I didn't really, yeah, I don't really care about that, but they give us a key to sewer A. We can go now to the sewers.
And I did, and it was awful.
To do we want to talk about the sewers now, or like
There
wait?
is
Yeah, I
no
feel
reason to
it's
talk
fine
about the sewers at all.
sewers
There is
now.
nothing down there except a bunch of monsters.
This is a thing that I want to talk about is I guess overall dungeons up to this point, and how almost all of them have like shared the same assets. They're like almost all the same except
Mm.
like the towers have like because like the sewers is basically just the Sky Pirates, but like
Well, the sewers are literally
differently.
the same assets as the first sewers you go into.
Yeah, which is the same assets of the Sky Pirate
Mhm.
ancient ruins. It's like it's
Mm-hmm.
little boring.
Oh yeah, for sure. And like the only reason you even go into the sewers here in the first place is to get the chests, and the chests only hold like simple health potions. So it's literally just a big old area for you to go and grab chests that have nothing in them to kill monsters to get experience that
Well,
doesn't really affect things. It's a giant waste of time.
I think there's some like armored weapon
Yeah, but
stuff
it's
in
not
the
good.
sewers, but I didn't bother. Usually the stuff in the chests are better than
Yeah,
what
but
you
it's
can buy at the
the thing I
store.
don't get about the whole like trail system is like whenever you get a new weapon or a new item, no matter what stage of the game it is, you increase your like damage or your armor or whatever by the same amount. Like when you get it at the start of the game, it's like, oh, I get a +10 bow, and at the end of the game, you're like, I get a +10 bow, and it's really hard to keep like track of is that good or is it like proportionally good? You know what I mean? Like I didn't buy the armor at all for the first section, and by all accounts, it could have been the reason I struggled compared to you. But I have no idea because the whole armor and weapon system doesn't seem to write on the tin how it works, and there's just this overall ambiguity with respect to that side of the gameplay that it just
I mean it's
it's
standard
not
art
standard
like your
RPG.
baseline RPG where it's just attack go up, defense go up. You take less
Yeah, but
damage, you
normally
do
it's
more
like, a
damage.
thousand
Type
defense is way
type system.
better. And then it's just like the amount of damage that they do has to scale proportionally to the amount of defense you have or whatever. And it's like a multiplier for how much damage you take. But in this game, I'm pretty sure the way that it's done, and I haven't validated this yet, so I could be wrong. But the way that it's done, as far as I'm aware, is like relative to the opponent. So if like you have so much damage relative to the opponent, you do more damage or something like that. So like if they have less armor by 10 and you have more attack by 10, it's the same difference as what would be at the start of the game as the end of the game, which I think is silly. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, but I haven't played an RPG that's done that for years. Like normally they have like an exponential growth kind of deal.
Well, this is a really
That's
old
very
RPG,
true. Yeah.
so makes sense.
I'm not sure I like the combat and the stats system. Like, I'm not sure we should get into it until like our next podcast episode where we go more into like how we feel about the overarching like game design aspect. But even stuff like, like turn order. Whose turn is it? Whose turn is it going to be? Like when you cast a spell, is it short or fast or long, or why is it when I cast healing in this turn, I have to wait until everybody else goes, but when I do it the next turn, it's the same turn.
It's all based on speed, and that speed
It's
stat is just
invisible.
random
Like
sometimes, I guess.
you couldn't possibly analyze it unless you just did statistics on the same fight over and over and over for every fight just to see a line graph. Like, and I feel like the whole game is just so like it masks everything that it does with obscurity to the point where you don't care about it anymore. Like even with the Orbital system, up to this point, you were still playing with it, and I just completely gave up on it.
Yeah, I'll get into the orbital system
Yeah, probably for
later.
the best.
As like a final thoughts or in our spoiler cast, which we're going to do immediately after.
Yeah,
well,
we're
not
gonna
immediately after this.
record for like 16
we're-
hours straight.
Goodbye to our voices, but we're eventually going to do a spoiler cast just to go over our overall thoughts. Maybe do some segments. It'll be fun. Tune in for that after listening to this 5 hour long podcast. We'll try to make
Yeah.
it more brief.
20 minutes in and out, baby.
But we're probably gonna need more than 20
22
minutes.
But yeah, the sewer sucks. What do you have to say, Mr. Brandon, sir?
The sewers suck. Moving on.
Yep. And so why go to the sewer when you can go back to the Coliseum? Yay.
Yeah. We at the prep room with the boys. How we doing with the boys? But instead of the bracers in our win room this time, it's with the Sky Pirates. Ooh.
And they're surprisingly chill about the whole situation.
Well, I don't think
No,
Eskelle's chill
she
about
has
the
like a
whole
little
situation.
hate boner going on for Josette, and vice versa.
I mean, it's rivalry.
Oh, for sure.
It's a great
really funny.
rivalry.
I still love how canonically in your game just Estelle made up her own insult. Josette's just kind of been rocking with it.
Yeah, they have a little cute back and forth. It's like, what are you doing here? Kind of like less funny as the one in like the prison cell, but of the same akin. And they also have been known as like, goddamn, the special ops betrayed us.
Which was bizarre.
God damn it.
I wrote that in my notes as like, oh, I guess it makes sense that they're with the special ops, but like, I wonder at what point did the Dawn get mind controlled? Like before or after he signed the deal, you know?
Yeah, it's weird. If it's betrayal, and he still feels that way, they must have made a deal before the whole brainwash. Because like, we'll get into the very, very end of the whole amnesia, mind control shenanigans. But like, from all the situations, it feels like it all amplifies a want that the recipient had needed. Like the mayor's like in this deep financial crisis, and so like the brainwash went like so overboard with it. I went so extreme. It's like, I'm gonna just kill and burn to get my goal. Same with like the Dawn's like, I want to get rich, so I'm gonna kill these people and hostages and just
then
keep
for the
doing it over and
Ravens,
over
they're
again.
just brain dead,
Like,
so
they've
it
all
just
come-
amplifies their inherent brain deadness, and they just kind of stop having personalities and functioning.
Well, they didn't make a deal with the thing. That was more like a byproduct of, you know, them going against, of them being the fall guys for the mayor / special ops. But anyways, we end up having to fight our senior bracers and from the Bracers Guild, and this fight's fun. It's always fun to face up against like more competent human opponents, and not just like kind of like random like guards. It's like they all have like special moves and like
Yeah, Kurt can raise people
abilities.
from the dead 30
And if this
times
was
in a
a ba-
row and then heal them to full health and, you know, delay the fight to make it 30 minutes longer than it needs to be.
For my note is neat fight, but I basically bodied them.
My note is fuck my life. No, actually, I do have a note here, and it's in all caps, I didn't read the equipment properly, kill me.
Oh yeah, because you didn't read...
Yeah, my very first note
this is where another thing...
where is it? My very first note is Weiss Arms and Guards has a shield coat for like 20,000 mira, which is absurd since they don't have that kind of money. What the fuck? And then later on, it's like, oh, like it is 20,000, I guess, because I actually misread it for 200,000. But I thought it was 200,000. Yeah,
You misread your money.
yeah, that was it. Yeah, I thought I had like 2,000, or I thought I had 80,000,
20,000.
and I had 800,000. Yeah, so I was like, I have 80,000 mira.
Yeah, you
How
could
the
have
hell do
easily
you purchase
steamrolled
the
this.
stuff? This is nonsense. And then I come back and it's like, oh, I have 800,000 mira. No, I'm fine.
And this is why I think the why I conclude you at the tournament arc was an equipment issue more so than
It's a skill issue. You can say it.
not really game design issue. It's a skill issue.
No,
Skill
not the
diff.
skill diff.
And then, you know what that means? there's only two other teams left because this was the
Mm-hmm.
semi-final match.
And it's Lawrence
Good.
and his gangly crew of skelemen and a puppy? Ah. I think it's the Capulets, right? Or the fuck it, they're the Capulets.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I was just like, did I miss out the bleachers? No, the bleachers thing is at the very finale. That's when we go, because you messed
You're
me
welcome.
up. Anyways, since it's the semi-finales, we get the Special Ops versus the Sky Pirates, the final one, who we're going to face off against the Sky Pirates or Lawrence's division. But before the fight happens, we get a little small truth bomb that Lawrence drops on us, that the Sky Pirates are the orphans of the Koopa family, of one of Ambrodian's
Yeah, I
ruined
also have
noble
that note.
families. And he just kind of, he kind of just flaunts that at them, and it's like,
Yeah. He's just straight
neat,
up like,
I guess.
I know you better than you know you. And then that's it. That's the end of the whole thing.
I know you so well. I know your backstory and nothing else.
I have your character sheet right in front of me. Says here 8 armor points.
It looks like the bracers have a system S through G.
It's just like all the flaunting of knowledge is just like, Estelle has brown hair.
Estelle is the daughter of
You know
Cassius
too?
Bright.
Every single character
Intriguing.
knows your fucking dad, Estelle. Stop being surprised.
But it's so funny too. Is like everybody like it makes it out as like, so important. The daughter of Cassius. It's like, yeah, we know. Stop comparing me to just
But
dad.
also, how do you know my dad? The war hero that everybody knows.
And apparently, I had no idea.
Well, Estelle can't read, I think, canonically, so.
I mean, true. She didn't really know anything about the 100-Day War until like
Yeah.
be on this
I
journey.
mean, Joshua is the brains of the operation, let's be real here.
Yeah. Yes.
In the sex appeal.
The Sky Pirates get rinsed, and Lawrence actually does something this time and just insta kills them essentially. Every time he breathes,
Yeah, he
they
gets
just,
like 4
fall
turns in a
over.
row.
Yeah, and he doesn't even show off his his true
Yeah.
bullshit.
Because Joshua's just straight
Yeah.
up like, oh, he didn't even try. It's like, oh my god. We have to fight him next.
I haven't unleashed my true.
You haven't even
power
seen
yet.
my true power.
Pushes up glasses.
That's 100% a Lawrence thing to do. Lawrence.
Hey Lawrence.
Yeah, the Sky Pirates get fucked right up.
Hey, you know Lawrence.
Yeah, and they drag him by the
Yeah.
ankles back to
Now-
the gym lockers.
Woohoo! So, yay bowling.
But then, like, go ahead.
So now that
We go
go
back
ahead.
in the gym locker, and the Capua lady, she's like, "Wow, we may have lost, but now it's your job, Estelle. Finish the job." And then that's it. She's a little soon.
finish the fight.
She's like, "I hate you, but also
Dun-dun-dun.
I really respect you. It's that kind of friendship." And Estelle's like, "Gotcha." And like the camera zooms in, and then like they like grab each other's arms, like really muscly, like masculine arms. It's like
It's the
sweat.
fucking Rocky 4. It's the Rocky 4 image.
Yeah.
Just heavy sweat.
And the guards are just
muscular
kind of like,
arms.
"Whoa, we don't want to interrupt this," because they have the They literally they have them under lock and key, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll just let this carry out, like this 10-minute conversation before we lock them back into their jail cell."
And then we don't see them
Yep, they're dead.
ever again in this game. This is the last time we see
Canonically.
them.
Yep.
Dead.
Yep.
No longer relevant. So now I'm about to truncate two scenes
ahead.
into one. because it's information time.
Does Joshua explain
Lovely.
everything? Damn.
No,
Oh,
Niall
okay.
does
Well, that's
this
okay
time.
at least.
So I'm combining scene in the Bracers Guild and then information Niall gives us that we asked from him. So Niall gets us the deets on the main three. We basically know Richard's whole deal. He was under Cassius in the World War, and then got promoted, and then established the intelligence division. I don't know if we knew that specific part, if he established it
No,
or
he
not,
did.
but
It's like pretty well
pretty
known.
much, yeah, yeah, pretty well known. So we got like nothing on it. He's kind of like he's like the face of the operation. And then we got Ameliath, basically an honor student, and then Niall tells us that Schwartz and her were in the same class, so there's probably some rivalry going
Yep.
on over there. And
She's the book smarts and the sex appeal,
there's some,
and that is it.
and then Schwartz was like better at combat.
Yeah, the whole thing is Amelia has the boobs in the brain, and Schwartz has a very sharp object that she's particularly good with, jabbing into people. Really, like equal equal importance, I think, when weighted together. Yeah.
And then there's good old Lawrence, which nothing is known about him besides he's a member of Jester, who was invited by Richard, which Jester, I'm a little confused on. I think Jester is a form of Jaeger unit, which is like a mercenary-esque
Not mercenary-esque, it is a mercenary
thing.
group,
Also
like straight up. But it's illegal for mercenary groups to
Okay.
exist after the war. Because the Bracers Guild is supposed to fulfill the role of
And
like a citizen militia. And so they're illegal operates of Jester, which is like a subgroup within the whole thing.
The Jaegers, and like they state like Jaegers are usually employed during like border disputes. So like like that like fine line of like legality between like two different nations being on like the border. So you kind of like send these guys in to like kind of do the dirty work from it, what it sounds like. Then he also mentions that Richard is looking for someone to marry Princess Claudia to, even though she is young, which we eventually speculate, and it's probably just kind of like a political act. Somehow we don't know like what for, but you can start fitting like the pieces together.
Oh, and the pieces, they do fit quite nicely. Speculation, my ass. Nothing. Founded off of nothing. We'll get there. I want my
I mean, that's
victory
not what
to
I'm
be like
talking.
sweet.
I mean,
Oh,
I
but
mean,
it's
that's not
what
even
I'm
what
talking about,
I'm
sir.
talking about like I yeah.
Because this was part of my theory, was that Claudia was getting
Holy.
like married off and blah blah blah. But we'll get there.
We'll get there. It wasn't fully right, but
I
you
got,
got
like,
shockingly close.
99% of it.
But anyways,
Unfortunately, do we ever learn who Claudia's marrying? Or is it
well,
just
like
nameless political goon.
no. Well, the Richard was still looking for one because like the plan.
Well, Claudia, you're
It was just in
impossible
talks.
to sell off being 14 years
be-
old or whatever.
Because well, it's just because of like we'll get there in terms of like the plan. Now gets a certain call from the orbital dial-up phone. Just have one of those. Talk with the with one of his informants. Like, okay, I gotta go. I was like, cool. And then it's like on the way back to our hotel, we get escorted backed by guards due to a new Kermit limitations. I don't know if that was like already in effect as we got in here and it was late since we left, but it was like, oh hey, I saw you guys at a tournament. Let's get you back to the good old hotel room. You don't want to be involved with no terrorist activity.
Veiled threat, grumble, grumble, grumble.
Blah 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 blah. And then we go back to our room, but hear sudden noise. I was like, oh shit, what's that? And then it's like, and there's nothing but a piece of paper. It's like, come to the church by tonight.
Joshua loses
and then
his
Joshua
shit.
Joshua gets weird. Joshua wants to go at it alone, but it's like Estelle's like, no, I'm coming
and
with
he
us.
yells at her. He's like, enough. She's like, why?
And in retrospect, it's very funny because he's thinks it's someone, but it's not
he's
the
like,
someone.
They're out to get me, Estelle. It's gonna get hairy. And then we go there, and it, like, you could explain, but like, I don't even think anybody's there, right? No, there's the one person.
No.
Yeah, no,
Don't
I'm
worry,
not saying on purpose.
we
You
get
get to
into
guide
it.
the story.
Yeah. Stealth section. Woo. Only the most fun thing. I eventually started save stating because
Because
like,
who would give a
fuck
fuck?
this. I got sent back so much. I basically sissed you through
you
the
didn't.
section because it's like I don't want
you
you to
didn't.
suffer like I have. I said to save
I was
state a
gonna
lot.
do that anyway. It's not exactly a genius move.
I didn't because like I could do this for a shot. No,
Yeah,
no shot.
I got caught exactly once, and then that was it.
I got caught like 6 times because of the fucking radius on them. It's like, oh, and then it's like went the wrong way. Whoop. But anyways, we finally get to the church, and then it's like, oh shit, it's the nun that we saved the other day. But it turns out to be someone in disguise. Oh no, it's your worst nightmare.
Jesse,
someone
James.
in disguise.
I don't know why I was thinking of that.
Whoa.
Yeah, she reveals her clothing,
It's
tears them off, and
Schwartz.
bam.
It's Julia Schwartz. Woohoo.
Wowzers.
She's got connections to the church, so she could
all
like
good
hide out
terrorists.
here. Like good old terrorists, syndicates at churches. The whole reason that contact was like, I want you to get in contact with the queen and all of such, and it's like, lady, we're already ahead of you. We already got this under lock and key, but she gives us an important thing where it's like, gives us a note is like, yeah, it gives us like a handwritten note. It's like, meet up with the maid Hilda, and it's like everything will be revealed or something. Also, side note, it becomes very obvious now, because it wasn't obvious before, but she trained under Cassius. Makes sense. It's like, I'll do it for him. Line she said it like at the end chapter last time.
I completely missed that.
Yeah.
Of course she's trained by Cassius. He's got his fucking...
I was
muddy
like, I
fingers in
figured
every
that's what
single
she was
pie in
like.
this goddamn nation.
Yep. And honestly, that's kind of a plot point, which is funny. That's literally Richard's whole fucking motivation.
We'll get
essentially. We'll get there.
And she Spider-Mans her way out of the church, I think. She just leaps through the nearest window because the guards are like coming in.
Yeah, or no, she puts on a disguise or something. We kind of like just kind of sneak past, and then we go down and it's like, whew, oh boy, let's take a little sit down.
In the middle of this heavily guarded
and then it's like
fucking courtyard.
And apparently they're now in like the east section. I thought they were like in the west, but like somehow they got into like the east based off like where like the stuff happens like later on in the chapter. Is like, you walked all the way to the east to this bench past the hotel. What?
Yeah,
Why
in
did
the
you
middle
do
of a heavily
this?
I don't get that, but it is what it is.
we got to have a
A
place for a
scene and
scene.
a half. Are you excited, Brandon? I think this is romance I smell in the air.
It's romance. We're not
Incest
talking about it yet.
romance. Oh boy, the best
uh,
kind.
the best kind. No. Uh,
There was a commenter on like one of
uh,
our videos that was straight up like, "Dude, just get used to it. It's here to stay." Okay, fine.
mm-hmm. Yeah. I have opinions on that, but I won't say it till the very
Oh
end.
yeah.
Josh was like, when Dad gets back, I'll tell you everything about my past. And it's like, I'll also share something too. It's kind of cringe, but
Yeah,
I'm gonna share it too.
she's like fretting, like literally, he'll like breathe funny, and she's like, "Oh my god, I love him." Like full blown puppy dog romance. At the end, it's just like, "I'll confess to him," da da, and it's just fucking awkward, man. It's just so bad. He's like, "I'm gonna tell you my tragic backstory." She's like, "Okay," and like completely ignores it for like, "I'm gonna confess." She is a 16-year-old trying to confess to like a 3,000-year-old archdemon or something. Like, there's just like a maturity difference there.
Uh, I'd say they're both on the same
Yeah.
maturity level in different
They're both on the
ways.
teenage spectrum.
Yes, very much.
There's Shadow the Hedgehog and Amy Rose. But yeah, hey, what happens next?
Well, it's the next morning, and we got some time to kill before our next match, so we go around and talk to a bunch of people.
At least you did.
Most in, well, no, everybody
Oh,
has to
this part. Yeah, yeah,
do
yeah.
do
In
this.
the bleachers.
Yep,
Ugh.
yeah. We go time before the match, so we go around talk to people. But most important conversation is like with Kurt, who's like he's been feeling a little lightheaded from an incident 6 months, not 6 months ago, Jesus, from 3 months ago in which he got amnesia. Somehow. Also during this, you can also talk to all the other bracers. Alba's there. It's like, how the fuck did you get in here? It's like they paid for my ticket, so I'm here now, because this whole like shtick is like I'm
Yeah.
broke, I can't get into places. It's like how you're
Yeah,
broke
I
ass in
don't.
here.
He appears fucking everywhere somehow. At least this chapter.
I think this is like the last time he's just
Yeah,
shows
but
up in this
like
chapter
he's shown up a
before,
lot at this point. Like at the start of the chapter, I found him in the museum. He's in the Colosseum. Like,
Well, I feel like that's just standard NPC, because you could say
well,
same thing with
he also shows up
Dorothy,
at the
because
like
she's also
the
here.
the end of the chapter too. Yeah,
I know,
so
I know,
he's all over the place, man.
That's he's all over the place, but like not really to like a suspicious degree. It's like you could say Dorothy's the same. You can go
Dorothy is
chat with her at like
suspicious.
the liberal news.
Nobody's that dumb. But she's not wearing a Royal Academy uniform.
She is.
So I'm pretty confident she's probably fine.
Swig of water.
Glucking some water.
We also run into the mayor at the lobby, and he says like all the other mayors and leaders of major cities are going to come over for the dinner, and it's like, oh, this is a more important dinner than just a dinner. This is like a political meeting, and somehow the Duke was like, yeah, I'll invite some random strangers or like random fighters into tier.
I think it was
Because
Richard's.
that makes
Like, doesn't. We'll get there when we get there.
I I don't think. I think we
I'm
can
pretty
talk about.
sure
I
it
don't
was
think it
Richard's
was
plan
Richard's.
because he thought that the Bracers would
Oh.
win. Because like during the dinner conversation,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, no, that is
hmm
yes, yeah. Which is like,
it's surprisingly
which is
risky.
funny.
It's like, I'm 10 steps ahead of you. I gambled. It's like, okay, buddy. Like, what if we fucked up? What if Lawrence won? You know?
I don't know, like a nice thing. I feel like that's also just so dumb for Richard to do because it's like, okay, we can like lie about this thing, but like if they like even like get like an inkling to get in there, but like I guess that assumes like competency from
Mm.
his guards,
Yeah, you can't trust fucking anybody.
I guess.
hmm
Anyways, we get a big boss fight with Lawrence, which is like the first
hmm
real boss fight in like a
hmm
real long time because I feel like it's just been kind of just like random fights like uh last chapter didn't even have a boss fight. It just
hmm
kind of ended with like mooks, and then chapter two's boss fight was like with dogs,
hmm
the two big dogs, which is like that's more of a boss, I guess. But the big thing that he does is basically like fucking duplicate ninjutsu
Yeah,
shit.
and hit hard.
Like just wow, yeah. Like the mooks are fine, but it's like after a while it just becomes like Zin max guard, attack Lawrence once, max guard,
Yeah, because
go
like any
for it
one of
again.
his hits are fatal.
Just
So you just
keep.
have to sit there and like he'll guard himself too, and he has like a double guard ability. So it's like you gotta fucking like.
No, that's not now. Thank God he doesn't have
Does he
that
not
ability
guard
in
during
this
this fight?
fight
Because I
because that would
explicitly
be
remember.
he guards
Oh, okay.
only once because the next time
Yeah,
he
it's
does it
awful.
twice. But the other time is fine. But like, oh god, if it was in this fight, that it would be worse than the penguin fight. Thankfully, it's not as bad. It's not as bad as like the penguin
I
fight.
died 8 times because I just didn't
I
care
guess
at
that
this
was.
point. So I was just grinding. It's like if I die enough, it'll get to a reasonable difficulty level where Lawrence hits me like for only 700 damage at a time instead of 13,000. I wrote down he did 12,000
I think
damage
either.
to me in one hit.
I think I first tried this boss, but it took me a while, or I died once. I can't remember. It's been a
Yeah.
bit. It was
Yeah,
just
it was
annoying.
not a fun fight. And all of his like guys that are with him, because he comes with obviously 3 other minions, they have attack delay. So it's just the slowest fight.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I basically I just killed all of them immediately due to with my big fuck off black orb thing that just kind of just annihilated them, and then I froze them with fucking blue diamond, and then they were
Yeah, I
just
didn't
done.
have either of those.
Diamond dust and whatever the big black orb thing are like
Mhm.
pretty good orbs. I'm very curious how they're gonna do orbment stuff next
Probably the
chapter.
exact same.
Like if they're gonna escalate, they might have new stuff because I've. Anyways,
Mm-hmm.
we win, and then we do like woo, we did it, whatnot, and then the good old evil gaggles in the back, fucking Richard Emelianth and Lawrence is like this kind of have a good old big old circle jerk. It's like we were holding back. We would clear those kids easy,
Mhm.
no cap. It's like you didn't even unleash your
Yeah.
full power. And it's like Richard, your plan was for them to win. Whatever, man.
Yeah.
And their plan is 90% complete. I don't know what they're measuring the completion of the
I don't
plan
either. That
on.
just sounded like such
Like,
like a random nerd thing
I
to
think
say.
I think Maybe the elevator. Like they didn't finish the elevator in time or something.
Like,
I
how
don't
do you
know.
even guess that you're almost done? Like, what if, like, I don't know, man.
It has to be the
I
elevator,
guess.
right? They're talking, and they have to, because that's like the only thing that makes sense. Because of like if it's taken a long time to build the elevator, because that's like the whole reason for the
Yeah.
coup. Let's build that fucking elevator.
Which is already its own, like, question. Quick, kidnap the queen. Put the entire castle under servitude. Start an organization that's, like, built on corruption. We
well,
must build a hole in the
and
ground.
there
And then safely transit.
there's so much to this plan where it's like I feel like you've over engineered
Yeah.
this plan to a certain extent, been doing like so many things, and then I'm not going to get into it.
That's next podcast.
And then it's like, we're all going to go have a lovely dinner tonight, except Olivier, who gets dragged back to the embassy by his good old friend
And
Major
everybody is
Vander,
like,
who's like,
because Major Vander's like, wait, Olivier is going to the castle to eat? And Olivier's like, yeah, I am. I'm excited. I am stoked. And Joshua and Estelle are like, yeah, unfortunately. And Jen's like, yeah, this is going to be fun. And then Vander's like, or Xander, I forgot what he is. His friend, is it Vander? Yeah,
Vander.
Vander's like, can you imagine this
Yeah, Vander.
fucking... He'll start the war again, like, single-handedly.
Like, there's no way that this dense motherfucker is going to represent our country.
He'll create a diplomatic incident. Like, and Olivier's like, what do you mean? And Vander's like, what do you guys
What do you
think?
mean?
And every single one of them, including Zin, who's
I'm
been like the nicest dude's like, yeah. Sorry, buddy.
I'm just a little birthday boy. I'm just a
Yeah.
little guy. It's my birthday.
And alas.
And then he literally gets
I
dragged off
imagined
by
it like
Xander.
he was grabbing
and
him
it's
by like his earlobe.
Mike.
Like mom style.
Yeah, and then he screams, "My royal
Yeah.
cuisine!" Oh no!
Our poor husband can't be this sad.
And that's the last we see of him
Yeah.
for a bit. Unfortunately, no thing. It is. It's a funny bit. I don't. I guess they just didn't want him around for stuff.
Like the developers?
I guess overcomp. Writers is like, man, they just didn't want him around for the whole like castle bit. It's like, how do we get Olivier
No, I think
out
it's
of
just
here?
like a writer moment.
We'll do this.
Because like he could have just sat in the same room as Zin.
He could have, but I don't think he would have added
Yeah.
much. Probably it's probably like the idea. But anyways, hey, we completed the
Woo!
tournament arc.
Now,
Woohoo!
do we consider
Now-
putting a pause here for the next section?
Maybe not a pause, but maybe like a little like. You can air your grievances with the Coliseum bit fully.
I can? Goody. It fucking sucks.
Yeah, go for
it. Why does anime or like any Japanese media always have to have like this, okay guys, sit the fuck down. We're going to do nothing relevant for hours and just talk about like power levels and strength and just fighting for like hours and hours.
Well, that's just shown.
Why?
I don't, listen, Dragon Ball was really popular, okay?
Yeah.
And then like all like good old media like copying from like other like stuff being like derivative and like reiterative and whatnot.
Yeah. That's really it. Like I don't really have that much to add. I've kind of already complained. Yeah, more Olivier.
I find this
nice.
section I find this section fine, but I feels weird. Like let's What's the best way?
A lot of nothing happens. Like, ultimately. Like, nothing truly
Yeah,
of importance
ultimately,
happens.
it just kind of adds to like the thing of like this chapter was too
Yeah.
long, and this was the least interesting part of this, where it's like it had some fun moments, but like kind of like it felt like this could have been like a chapter almost
Yeah.
onto itself.
And it wouldn't have been a
Which
great chapter.
there's a certain point in there's a certain chapter end point that'll come up like basically once the whole castle business is done, where it's like that seems like a good end point for like a chapter. That feels like a something that they would do for like a post credits
Hmm.
chapter end scene. But we're also like experiencing. I wouldn't have this complete if I was not doing this podcast. It's like I wouldn't
Yeah,
care. It's
that's
like
true.
why is this chapter like so long? It's like I'm complaining because I'm doing a podcast
Yeah.
about this. It's like it's really nothing to the game's fault. It just feels like when you compare like stuff like this chapter compared to other chapters, it's like it's better than like a majority of chapter 2 stuff, because at least there's like conflict, some intrigue, or like more conflict and intrigue that
Yeah,
I
because I was about
enjoy.
to say, like, I love chapter
So,
2. And I hated this whole
mhm.
Colosseum nonsense.
And I didn't mind it. It was just kind of like, here we
Like, it
are.
felt like they threw
We're
out
going
all
for
of
it.
the progress I made throughout the entire game. Like, we played radically different. Like, I think you have 40 hours, I have 60. And it's like, we are effectively playing the same game at this point. Where'd my 20 hours go? Like, where'd the side quests go? Where'd the fucking. Why am I so poorly
Well,
balanced
you
here?
got
Like,
you got lore.
I didn't
You got the
really,
lore.
though.
Well, the reason you're before you bounce is you stop with going with
Yeah.
Orbles.
But,
You
like, you
just kind of
couldn't
like,
purchase the
fuck it, let's
Oracles in
go,
this section.
because
They were so expensive.
it depends on like the stuff that you like, the specific ones you buy and like collect, because like I didn't really have that much trouble getting like the stuff that I needed to get like
Hmm.
the good spells. But I'm gonna save my grimaces for game mechanics and stuff once we get to the final dungeon. So we head to the oh my god.
To the hassle.
To the
What a
hassle.
hassle, this castle.
Man, Hassle Castle. We head
Mhm.
to the castle and get prepared for dinner. There's something about the gardens, like, oh, sorry for lying, I guess, or something
No,
along those lines.
we don't even lie. We just go straight up to them and we're like, "Hey, it's us again." And they're like, we just told you you're supposed to you can't come in."
Oh yeah.
And she's like, "No, we won the thing. We're fine." And the guard's like, "Oh, well, in that case." And then like the biggest, most dramatic opening of a door I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah. I think Estelle also is like, oh wow, this is even more impressive than like Hacken's Gate
Hacking
or
Gate. Yeah.
yeah.
Which,
Did
I mean,
that
the very
did it
first
even
time I saw
open?
this castle, I was like, this is just overkill. Like,
I mean, it's royalty. It's
it's
overkill
like
anyways.
it's like the genie in his lamp. He's like, oh, infinite cosmic power, teeny tiny living space. Except it's like giant fucking wall, too itty bitty guards. Like, it's very dumb.
They need to get like cameras so they can finally replace those guards.
We need to get in the AI. They'll auto-generated guards.
I mean, the world's not too far off from that. I'd say
I
we got
mean,
like
God knows. Do they have AI in the Trails universe?
um. Well, yes, robots count. I guess. I guess ancient
Mm,
technology AI. I don't know
yeah,
about
right.
modern AI. That's magic AI. So if we
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know how that AI works. Funnily enough, I don't know how the magic nonsense does. I didn't tell you how a neural network works. I can't tell you how the ancients designed their garbage.
Magic.
Mm-hmm.
So we get directed to our rooms where we're going to stay for the night, and then we get stopped by Ameliath, and kind of like, what are you doing here? type energy. I was like, cool, see ya. And then we head
Which
to our
is
rooms.
absurd, because it's like, you were just there with Richard. He told you exactly why he wanted us over.
Well,
She
I
feels
feel
like out of the loop the entire way through this whole segment.
I mean, I feel like that's almost intended in a way, in a certain way.
Maybe. Or maybe she's, just like Richard's, like... there's always that one person in the evil team that's just kicked instead of used usefully. She's the lackey.
Yeah. Once we get to our rooms, we kind of like ditch them because we want to, quote unquote, walk around. We want to find a way to sneak in.
Yeah.
Around this period, you can talk to all the previous leaders that we met through the game. That's pretty nice.
Including the librarian who was there with the mayor. They're playing Go, I think.
It's not the librarian, it's the professor. It's the dean.
Oh, yeah. Fucking librarian. Is there a difference at this period in time? A longer
I feel
beard?
like
There is AI. Wait, no, never mind. That robot is a love robot. That's not the same thing. A love testing robot. Sorry, ignore me.
yeah. Estelle and Joshua go up to the Terrence. It's like, ooh, this is big and fancy. And then we see some special ops guarding the room. It's like, hey, can we go in? And it's like, no, go away. But then Hilda, the main maid Hilda, comes out and interrupts us and is like, stop being rude to these people. They're our guests.
She says that with the charisma of a pufferfish, I think is the correct way of doing it. Those guards become terrified of her after this conversation.
As they should.
Yeah, don't fuck with old maids, man.
They know what's up.
Yeah, honestly, why did they even have the walls? Like she's enough of a fighter, I guess. She's the DPS.
She's the lone guard. Hilda, the unbreakable.
Elden Ring music starts playing.
Oh my god, Hilda's an S-rank bracer? Who would have seen this coming?
She beats Cassius.
Who needs a divine blade when you go against the undefeated one?
The true silver streak.
We tell her about Schwartz's message and kind of like our own goals. And it's like, okay, I got a plan. Just wait till after supper and we can do it. And I was like, cool. And then it's like, yeah. And then we just like head to dinner. And then it's like, everybody's there, all the mayors, except there's like 2 open seats that are full. And it's like, who are we waiting for? And then just as they say that, it's like, enter in the Duke and Richard and Ameliath, but just kind of just stands.
Was there ever a spot for Olivier?
That's what I was so
wish
confused.
That he could have come in just because I love the. Estelle would make him stand.
I probably that one empty seat next to them would have been like the idea, but I guess Richard, like, I don't think it was like maybe Richard's intention to be in the dinner, but only do like the announcement potentially. But then he also just sits down, so like, I don't know. I guess they had a heads up beforehand.
Yeah. Or they stalked you. Which I jest, but honestly, maybe. They're the intelligence division.
Well, I mean, if they were truly the intelligence division, I feel like they would see what's coming here.
Yeah.
But we're too secretive, even for the special ops agents.
Yeah, somehow. 2 16-year-olds versus the FBI. Who wins?
Hey, it's the power of young versus the system, man.
Yeah, this is classic Japanese fantasy right here.
Also 80s, 80s
Oh
action,
yeah, that's true.
good old 80s rebellion.
Hmm. What does Richard say during this period? Something something
Uh,
evil plot? You probably know it better.
oh yeah, I got it. Um, a funny thing is like the Duke and Estelle have like a back and forth, and then uh, the
She's like
Duke's
flagrantly against him.
the Duke says, I've imagined you've never experienced such fine food in your life before. And Estelle responds, far more worthy that of being associated with the royal family than the person who invited us, which is like, and then the Duke just like, yes, yes. Wait, what? And then never processes this any further.
Yeah. Estelle
Uh,
gets her hits in.
yeah. And then Josh was like, quiet. Shut up. Stop trying to blow our plans. Stop trying to get us kicked out.
Hmm.
And then Richard, uh, more of Richard's plans unfold as he announces on the Queen's birthday that she's going to advocate the throne and that it's going to be given to the Duke and not
Hmm.
Claudia.
Hmm.
Which I don't know beforehand if we knew who was going to be the next ruler or not. I think it was like implied to be Claudia because like the previous like son and queen died.
Well, they didn't really mention anything about Claudia for like ever. The only person we really knew about as the Bracers was the Duke, and that's just because he harassed us in the hotel room.
Yeah.
I don't think Claudia was really mentioned until the final chapter, and then even then it was just kind of like, ah, oh, she's there, I guess, and then stuff.
Mm.
Maybe to the wider world, it was implied that it would be her that takes over. Especially now, they basically say it. They're like, yeah, Claudia was gonna, but no.
But no, due to I guess like the sudden illness in Richard's story of this,
Hmm.
everybody's like, hold up, something's not right here. But then it's like, we'll buy it for now.
Well, not only they were initially they were like, this is nonsense, and he's like, ah, but Claudia's getting married, and then they were like, oh well, it's like really, quick, distract them with other bullshit, and it worked across all of them.
I think no one really wanted to push back because it's like
Hmm.
we need a ruler now because like the Duke is already acting in like the proxy. So
Yeah.
like it's time to do the full just do the full thing.
Hmm. I vaguely remember too. There was a lot of question about like just the straight up politics of the situation beyond it too, where it's like, oh well, we've got funding due or something. There's something to do. There, he distracted them with something else. I just can't remember what it was. It was a while ago.
And then that's pretty much all that was relevant from the supper.
Hmm.
And then we try to like also break off from Zin again from her hotel, quote unquote, the most fanciest hotel room.
Hmm.
Try to go to Hilda, but Richard interrupts us and wants to have a conversation with us. I was like, what is this guy doing? But it's kind of a chill conversation. He just kind of gasses up their dad.
Yeah, he literally sits them down. He's like, "Look, I'm the biggest fan of your father's work." He also mentions that he was a part of the military underneath Cassius,
Yeah, I think uh, I'm gonna
and he
cut that out.
admires him
I'm gonna
ridiculously. You're
probably
cutting that out?
cut out that one thing, but because we already stated that last time. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Do what you want.
Um, Sorry, I've now broken awkward tension. Oh, hello?
Hi.
Okay, didn't know if my internet cut out.
No, I just don't know what to say now because if we're skipping that over, I like what part. It doesn't matter. I'm just willing to move on to the next thing.
At the end of the conversation, it's like, okay, I now have no more regrets. And it's like, really? This one conversation is like, you now have no more regrets? You weren't convicted to, at this point, you had unwavering thoughts? What? I feel like you're too far deep.
It's classic. Like it's almost, in a way, it's almost like you haven't even seen my true power. Nonsense. Where it's like,
I mean,
all this time I've been holding back. It's like,
I mean, he kind of does that later.
yeah, for sure. I mean, all the time. It's this guy. Like, he's not that bad now, but good grief. Like, he's such a nerd. Oh, I'd also like to point out, once again, Estelle fucking loses her mind going, you know about my dad?
I think this is
Like,
the last time
every
in the
time.
game. I think this is finally the last time in this.
No, there's one other time after this.
Oh, wait, yeah, no. After this
Actually,
is
I think there's two. Because I think she does it to Lawrence at some point. Like,
I don't think Lawrence mentions anything about her dad, but like we're almost done with Estelle being surprised that her dad's well known.
my war hero father. How could you possibly know him?
Especially people related to the military.
Yeah. It's right up there with Joshua explaining everything.
It's two power scales. It's the I'm so smart power scale and I'm so dumb power scale.
It really is its own superpower, being oblivious.
Ignorance is bliss.
What happens next then?
We actually go meet up with Hilda, and then her brilliant idea to get us in is to cosplay as maids.
Yes! Yes!
So
You
you
all know where
what
this
time
is
it
going,
is.
folks.
You know what time it is. Joshua.
We have a
it's time to
particularly androgynous man on our team.
it's time to put on the dress, Joshua. Ooh.
Yes, dear.
Yes, dear.
She just like straight up too, because he's not even necessary. He's straight up like, "Oh, you have fun. I'll be down here." And Estelle's like, put on the dress.
Estelle will really what's the word? Confiscate? No. Oh, Estelle will really compromise the mission just for the bit.
True woman of my own heart. Yeah, so he gets forced in. It's basically the same sprite as when he was a princess.
Yeah, but like the hair is the same sprite, but like different
Yeah,
clothes.
the clothing's different. It's curious to me how he has so much hair in the first place. Because I think in the game art he just has a ponytail, right? No, he doesn't even.
No,
so
he
where does the
it's a
hair
wig.
come from?
No, it's a wig.
Does just everybody have wigs on them at all times? I don't know. Either way. We get sent. Do we get sent upstairs before? No, because Hilda leads the party, doesn't she?
Hilda leads the party, which is neat. Even I immediately checked the menu and it's like, is there any stats for
Yeah,
her?
exactly. I did the same thing. I was like, are we gonna fight with Hilda? But no.
But no, it's only for a short time. We kind of just pass the guards. They believe it. We pass through the guards and then we put on real clothes because Joshua's like, boys' clothes now.
Yeah. Well, first we have a whole mini conversation. Then Joshua gets fed up and is like, okay.
We're not gonna go into the queen looking like this.
And I love how Estelle's like, what do you mean? Why? I don't see a problem.
and we finally get to meet with the queen. Huzzah! She's very old.
She's dead.
Two different responses.
She's a puppet. She has strings attaching her corpse to the ceiling, and when we walk in, Richard's on the banister going, "Oh my god, it's you two! You saved me!" Yeah, it's great.
Okay. She's not Queen Elizabeth II. Okay.
Is that a thing that happened?
No, it's a bit, but you know.
Oh, okay, Jesus. That'd be horrific to see in real life.
I mean, there's something similar in terms of like, I am doing fine, and it's like, are you sure?
It's like you knock on the door. How are you, Queen? Are you okay? And you get like a very obvious Richard voice being like, "Oh yeah, I'm so good." I mean, no, I'm so sick.
I wasn't expecting the queen just to be normal. I thought she was going to be under the influence.
Oh yeah, being hypnotized.
Of like the hypnotized, of like, yeah, just hypnotized. I'm so curious why they didn't. No, it makes sense. Never mind. It makes sense why. That, yeah.
Well, what's your theory? Is it
Oh
spoiler-proof?
no. I mean, it's just the person who does the thing is not directly involved in his scheme. In Richard's schemes.
Oh yeah, no, what? You're absolutely right. I thought it was something else.
I mean,
Well, no, he
maybe
could've-
Lawrence. It's
No, because the
No,
one dude who
because
does
it has to be-
the hypnotism, he did it in all the other cases, right?
he did it in all the other cases, but I think it was more low profile ways that he could just
Why
like
did he even do it
get
in the other cases?
Like,
What did he have to gain from the mayor? I don't know. Maybe we'll talk about that later. But what did he have to do with the mayor? Like, what could he possibly gain? Just chaos?
Something with the Duke, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. This is the same boy that burned down an orphanage because ... reasons. ...
I want
I want this
House
guy to
insurance.
have money, I guess.
house insurance money. I don't know.
Yeah.
We get to go get like a little sit down, like a little tea conversation. So the Seoul coup started with the Queen's backing Claudia for the throne.
Yep. And
That's-
Richard being terrible. Just a terrible human being.
Yeah, Richard was like low key sexist, and was like
Not
"Women
low key
can't-"
sexist. The queen's like, yeah, some people say that having a woman on the throne is a disadvantage.
Well, twice
then,
in
like-
a row. Twice in a
Yeah,
row.
twice in a
seen
row
as-
specifically.
is
It's
seen as a
perceived as
weakness.
weakness. Yeah. And then I don't remember when he says it, but there's a point where he's like, literally like, bah, woman. Like they shouldn't be. This is
No,
like,
that's the Duke. That's the Duke. Richard's not. Richard doesn't do that.
I wish I
No,
had the quote
it's-
down because
it's-
he's not great. He's like, a woman on the throne is a weakness to our nation. He says something like that. He's not low key, my guy. He's full blown katana wielding nerd. Like he's a
I'm
weeb,
thinking of this
if
in
there
the
ever was
context.
one.
I'm thinking of this in the context of like a monarchy, which is like of like a ruling monarchy where it's like I can like not really see his perspective. I can see like the perspective of like what you would of like a monarchy at the time, but this is like a more modern monarchy and a thing, and it's like the whole like idea of like that male leader is like
It's
quote,
almost
unquote,
like-
better in like war times.
It's almost like the Victorian era style of deal, you know? Like a lot of the liberal people are kind of like pseudo British when you're in the capital. You know?
I just associate Britishness with nobility sometimes,
Well, I mean, we've been programmed to. Like, it's totally fine. We live in an actual monarchy, Brandon. We even have a liberal news media.
Oh man, liberal news media,
Yeah, coming at you with facts and logic.
facts and logic. Another reason why like she's doing it is like they're literally threatening Claudia.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they've kidnapped
that's-
Claudia, and they're like, we're going to kill her.
Yeah,
So sit tight.
yeah. And then the
Oh,
queen
and I have
has like a vague idea about like Richard's plan and like the origins of like the black orb. So
mhm.
like 10 years ago, a massive orbital reaction was detected beneath Grand Seal, and then she sent Professor Russell's team to go investigate it, and then they kind of concluded that there must be like some sort of relic underneath ground that caused it. They didn't really
Mhm.
like go to it unless they did. I don't because I don't think they've ever been to the place where the cause was, because then they would have a lot more questions, or like there would be a lot more security down there.
Yeah, or any at all.
Yeah, Richard literally has to build an elevator to go down. I don't even know why. Man, they had just had a like I don't.
They literally
The
like
more
looked
that I
over
think
the edge of
about
the
it, it's
chasm.
like
And were like, I know exactly what
because they
happened
built
here.
around the hole. I guess they just figured out how to dug a hole straight down into it, because I don't
Yeah,
imagine there's just a straight up hole in the middle of downstairs. And it's
of
like
the treasury. Yeah, so
because
it's
that'd
like
be a
you
little
go in to
silly.
get some gold pieces or whatever, and it's like, oh look, it's the hellhole.
Oh boy, it's the bottomless pit.
Yeah, don't step to that. There's evil orbital machinations down there. Like,
And then the queen goes on and is like, Cassius was a late friend of her late son.
uh-huh.
So this was the other mention of like,
You
you
know
know
my
my
dad.
dad,
Yeah.
which is very great.
Yeah. The whole reason we play this game is for Estelle to eventually, finally, one day learn that her dad has some note in the kingdom.
Hopefully,
uh
those days are soon behind us.
No, I never want them to come. I don't want Estelle to ever once learn a lesson in her goddamn life.
I hope she does.
Well, I guess it's war then.
War over who's right in the
War over
culture
the
war.
brain cell. We're fighting over her singular brain cell.
Estelle, you can do great things. Don't do it. No.
Estelle, don't.
And then also during the conversation, she kind of recaps more stuff about the 100-Day War, but includes important detail that the whole like airship counterattack was Cassius's plan.
Mm-hmm.
Which, like, what has this man not done? What he's done?
Well, in fact, we finally learned this is basically what he did. That and organized everything. He was like, I don't know, like the logician
Yeah, it
of
was kind of
sorts.
like the commander, like commanding
Yeah, but
officer.
he was still under somebody else, I think.
I think under Drell Morgan, but like still kind of like led like the thing, because like he was like
Yeah, he had like a
Morgan's right
regiment.
hand man, and then his right hand man was Colonel Richard
Mm-hmm. Who was basically just like fucking fanboy from The
from the
Incredibles.
jump. Well, I mean, it's kind of different than like that one, because like he actually like served under him and he got
Mm.
respect, whereas like fucking Incredible is like got immediately rejected. It's literally almost the opposite, where like Cassius puts all like his hopes onto this person, and then he just becomes like just awful.
Well, it's not even that he becomes awful. Cassius is just straight up like, okay, I believe in you. We've worked together. I respect you. And the dude's like, I'm not ready for this.
I'm not ready for this. Don't leave me. No, no.
I don't want to grow up yet, Dad. Yeah.
But due to being the lead of this operation, he wasn't around for the whole tower incident where his wife died. So he believes
Mm-hmm.
that his plan effectively caused her death,
Mm-hmm.
which survival's guilt, and he just blames himself. And then he left the military to become a bracer.
Mhm. As retirement,
Yes,
which is amusing because retirement for him implies wandering all around the
basically just
world
Monster
and
Hunter.
delegating to, like, he was effectively still a general. Like, he had fucking the Silver Streak doing stuff for him, uh, his kids doing stuff for him, entire guilds doing stuff for him. He was going and investigating like technology that was on the run. He didn't really retire.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, he's a man after my own heart. It's like, I'll work till I fucking die.
And then after the conversation, Queen's kind of like resigned to her situation. It's like
Mhm.
there's nothing I can do, but with enough convincing from the good old young people, it's like, you know what? You guys can do it. You're built different. Rescue the
Mhm.
captives held by the intelligence division.
She gives us an official bracer request, I think.
Yeah, it's official request off the Queen.
And I believe I have a quote here. Right. So during this point, actually shortly after, Joshua wants to enlighten us briefly on, just as a reminder, that bracers can't get involved with politics. And he says
I
this
kept like glossing over
intermittent his
that.
description. Was great too, because it's like every single time, bracers can't get involved with politics. But we really want to.
I feel like at a certain point that law is gonna just get changed.
Mhm.
Well, I
It was
mean,
a dumb
actually,
law to
no, it
begin
can't.
with.
Actually, no, it can't because bracers aren't affiliated with one country, so they have to be like their own. Like that's why the whole reason of like they can have different branches in different kingdoms is
Mhm.
like you'll allow to be here. You just can't mess with our politics.
Which I guess makes sense, because that would be weirdly like, God, could you imagine I don't think they'd ever do this, but can you imagine a future game where they were just like, Bracers revolt, and they just like make the Empire of Bracerville or something? That'd be
Yeah,
a
yeah. If they,
wacky, like, alternate history kind of deal. That'd be pretty cool.
gotta love what if scenarios.
Yeah. So I get it. But at the same time, they're homegrown and liberal. I think it's different. That said, they do
Are they
effectively become
homegrown?
mercenaries.
Are they homegrown and liberal?
Hmm.
Was it specified that the
I
Bracers
think
came
that
from
they started
liberal?
at the liberal, yeah.
Yeah, I
And then they
can't really
fanned out to the other
remember.
countries.
Yeah, it would make sense.
Because the Bracers aren't really respected in Urbonia.
I also have a note here that doesn't really fit in here. Richard basically wants to make Imbrodian 2 military state.
Oh,
I,
yeah, for sure.
I don't know where that comes from, but
I mean, it's apt. Like,
yeah.
his entire shtick is like, I want to make this into basically Nazi Germany, just without the Nazis. Just like full blown military state, you know? Wartime
Some,
economy and everything. All funding goes towards military, everything.
something similar to Imbrodian, but like that's not, from what I can tell, is a wartime
Urbonia
stake.
Urbonia is an empire, right? Which is
Yeah.
different. Like it's like Urbonia wouldn't be a wartime economy necessarily. It's more like war fuels the civil economy. So as long as war is continuously occurring, the consumer economy gets fulfilled, and as part of the dues of a citizen, you then have to contribute to war to get consumer goods. It's like a whole system. It's it's like a step away from colonialism. And you got to remember too, like liberal is doing this in like a highly reactionary, like you know, we almost died kind of a way. But Urbonia, I guarantee you, if we talk about the politics of Urbonians, I guarantee you they're like, we're saving them from their own lack of like culture or tech or something like that.
Something like
Like, we're
yeah, something.
straight up better than you by default, and we're gonna allow you to see how much
going
better than you we are.
Yeah, we're going to give you better stuff, but it's also funnily counterproductive because like in that case scenario it'd be more culture than technology because liberals one benefit is technology here. That's like
Which is
the
also
one.
interesting because it's a hick state. So it's like technology but not money, I guess.
I mean, I guess it's just a more lax uh kind of like governmental system, so they can like do more like technology and research esque stuff.
Hmm.
They don't have to worry about like big, large political structures because it's mainly just kind of like here's the army, here's the queen. The queen decides the stuff, and then the army or well, royal guard protects, and then royal army enforces. It's kind of like the deal, I
Yeah,
think.
and the Bracers Guild are like the pseudo police.
Hmm.
Okay, yeah, I get it. It is very like hands off.
Hmm. And I doubt that's hands off in Barodia.
No, hands off Empire doesn't quite sound right.
We leave the scene, put on back our maids' outfits, and then this is where the guard's trying to hit on us, and it's like,
And Joshua
ew.
flirts back. Like, I don't remember what, and I feel so bad that I didn't write any of this part down specifically, but like, fucking, he flirts back with them. He commits to the bit as hard as she does to keep up cover, though.
Hmm.
Mm.
Joshua's doing it more as like a trying to end the conversation type way,
Hmm.
whereas Estelle will just be unaware whatsoever
Yeah. Like, she
about
was nearly
like
asked out by the guard and everything, and she just had no clue.
yeah, and following this immediately
Yeah, Stell learns
it
about tea.
learns about immediately comes out is the Duke comes out of like the parlor
Just
very
drunk off
drunk,
his ass.
and then wants Estelle to do gross things that I'd rather not talk about.
Yeah, he wants her to accompany him for tea, in quotations. And what's great too is Estelle's just like, oh, I mean, that's not too bad. And then after the conversation ends, uh, fucking Joshua's like, Estelle, you naive, naive girl. And she's like, what? What do you mean you just wanted tea? That doesn't sound too bad. That actually sounds kind of nice. And Hilda's like, oh dear, here, I'm just gonna. And she tells Estelle, oh, he wanted to fuck, like down. And she's just red in the face. It's just awful. Like,
Yeah,
reminder, she's 16.
doesn't matter here.
No, it's fucking, he's the Duke, I guess. Ugh,
Monarchy,
gross.
baby.
Gross.
Yep, we don't think about this
Nope.
anymore.
No.
We get changed, and then exit the maid room, do our thanks, try to go back to our room, but who else interrupts us but Amelia, who questions us. It's like, where have you been? And you can lie. And then it's like, I said, it's like, I wasn't like, the cabinet. And it's like, you weren't here precisely 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I was just like, yeah, I was dressed as a maid. And she's like, oh. The best lie is the truth, Brandon. You'll learn this.
But
And then Zin saves us.
yeah, but before anything gets real bad, Zin comes out walking drunk and asks if we got his munchies. I don't. The
like a
munchies just,
stoner.
yeah, just munchies just sounds like, is Zin a stoner?
Hey, guys. Whoa. Like, who's this chick? Like, full blown. That's all I thought of when he was speaking.
He basically kind of like deflects the situation. Joshua plays along. Stella's also is oblivious once again. Because we need to have someone clueless in every single scene.
And it's always Estelle.
We literally just talked about this. And it's like, God, it's like, it is constant in this chapter.
Yeah, we didn't really get why Estelle was constantly harassed in the first chapter about being clueless all the time. Safe to say we get it now.
We get it. Zin expertly deflects the situation, gets us out of there, and then is like, when we go back to the hotel room, oh, how are you guys doing? And it's like,
Yeah.
Estelle's like, I thought you were drunk. And then Joshua was like, no, he was just pretending to be drunk. He like used like some like breathing technique to like
Yeah, to make his
rush
face red.
whatever, man. The good old drunken kung fu fighting style or whatever. The drunken
Yeah,
warrior.
something, I don't know. The drunk monk, something.
The
The
drunk
dronk.
monk. The
The
drunk.
dronk. Yeah.
Drunk.
It's drunk.
You want to get drunk with a monk? Um, he asks us, okay, how was the queen? How's she doing? I was like, wait, what? How did you know we were talking to the queen? It's like, now I know you talked to the queen. It's like,
I didn't.
I didn't. I always hate and love sometimes when it's like, how did you know this? You just told me. Because usually it's like, no, you actually you know more stuff than just like intuition here. There's more. And he follows up that is like the real reason he's even in liberal is because Cassius asked him to be here.
To keep an eye on us.
Not sp- that's a decide to if you run into these my kids, help them
Hmm.
out, but it's mostly just like to help also alleviate with like some of the work. I
It's
don't.
like to monitor the situation. He's not really there
Yeah.
to do anything. He's just kind of there to be there,
Yeah.
just in case.
Yeah, so like his excuse that Cassius brought is like, there's the martial arts tournament coming up. Use that as like a cover of like why you're in the country.
Hmm.
You could also say you're like a tourist, but you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and he specifically in the letter is like, I'm following the Jaeger's trail or something like that, or like something like because like the Jaegers are doing like something specific that like we the players don't even like know about right now.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, that's kind of like I guess like that's sort of like full reason why Cassie's left the country.
Yeah. Well, until later.
Isn't that literally his thing? He
Kind
just
of.
left.
I mean, you can choose whether or not you want to keep this, but he was distracted the way up there because they were purposely luring him further and further off the track.
Oh yeah, no, this was. Oh yeah, no, this was part of like it was the last chapter where it was like oh it was actually Goose Chase specifically.
Hmm.
So in the context of him writing this, is like oh this is part of the Goose Chase. Yeah, this is a long game with a lot of plot lines.
A lot of nonsense.
Speaking of nonsense, we cut to Richard and his team in a weird underground place, and they're attacked by robots called arcanisms.
Archaisms, which is just
Archaisms.
nonsense words.
Nonsense.
Archaism sounds like a word to describe an archaic word.
I think that's
Like, doesn't it?
I think that's the point.
Ah, it's an archaism. Like I'm looking that up right now. Archaism has to be like an actual thing. Yeah, exactly. Archaism is a word, sense of a word, or a style of speech or writing that belongs to a historical epoch beyond living memory, but that has survived in a few practical settings or affairs.
I mean that
So
actually describes
like
it.
using Latin in religious text in the modern day. Well, it specifically has to be like a survival of words from some antiquated period to the modern period, despite the modern period moving on. It's like when I use tis, but that's still part of like, I guess, normal words. No, it can be any archaic or obsolete word. Yeah. Yeah. They say Shakespeare is an example of this. So saying like, oh, it's an archaism. It always kind of like struck me weird. It's like, that's just such a weird word to use for this situation. Like even archaist would make more sense, I guess. But it's also Japanese, so I'm curious if the original translation meant something that made more sense. It's called an orbal muppet. In Japanese, it is orbal muppet. Yeah.
I believe this is where the chapter should have ended because it has like the perfect setup. You got like the one scene beforehand, and then you get like this would be your chapter break scene of like, oh, where are they at? Type thing.
Mhm.
But nope. Just keeps on trucking on.
No, we've got a whole half of a chapter to finish.
The next night, we're at the Bracers Guild and we report our stuff to Elaine. Nothing of importance really gets brought up except like they bring up the ranking system that goes
Mhm.
from A, G to A, and then Zin is like an A bracer rank, but there's an unofficial S rank. And it's like, why is there an unofficial S rank? Just say there's an S rank. At this point, it's like Cassius is an S rank. I just like they're gassing this man so much. It was like
Mhm.
war hero S rank bracer. It just got to the point where it's like this is just funny. This is like I don't really see you as like someone who can take on anything. I just see someone's like you're gonna be like gassed up so much, and then like a main villain's gonna just like take you down, and then to establish your threat level.
Yeah.
It's basically like not like a jobber, but like getting close to being a jobber. One thing that is funny from this scene is Estelle says a funny line of her saying, "Joshua, don't tell me you knew this already." And then he responds, "Yeah, I already knew about this ranking system." It's like, Joshua, what
Of
don't
course he
you
did.
know?
We've been using the fucking rankings. I'm surprised Estelle doesn't know. Like, fuck. It's like he awards her a new pin on my character version like every other week. Like you'd think she'd be like, "What's the B mean?" Like,
So now everything is set in motion. The plan is simple. We gather up all the bracers, and we're going to
mm-hmm,
raid the royal villa and
mm-hmm,
rescue some hostages.
mm-hmm. And kick ass and chew bubblegum.
Yeah. The only thing of note of like trying to gather up the bracers is when we meet up with Kurt. He kind of just has a mental breakdown.
Yeah.
It's like,
And I think Zin just
memories,
punches him in the face or something.
future, future.
Future. Yeah. Because
And
his
then,
amnesia is kicking his butt
yeah,
somehow.
but he shakes off the amnesia
Mm-hmm.
because he's just built different, I guess.
Yeah.
He remembers that he was sent out to go get the black ornament for Cassius and to send it to him for his mission. But he eventually got like caught up in like a ambush attack by like the special ops force, and
Mm-hmm.
now he lost his memory somehow.
Like, I don't think he says the special ops force. Uh,
I remember like ambush, but I think he implies it.
oh yeah, for sure. One thing I'm gonna say is I am unbelievably surprised I didn't catch the whole like, oh, his mind was altered with. I was just totally like, oh, it's just amnesia. Yeah, dude, it happens.
Oh yeah, no,
Like,
no. I was like, oh, someone's doing this. Like, how? Okay, it was like for me, it was less like because this one was like slightly different because it wasn't mind control,
yeah, his mind alteration.
mind alteration.
Mm-hmm.
You were continuing,
Uh,
or was that it?
oh, I just thought it was amusing that I was just like nodding along, like, yeah, 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 amnesia, sure.
Hmm. And the last thing that of importance is we go over to the liberal news and ask, hey, where's Niall? We haven't heard from him. And it's like, he's been gone for 2 nights now. And it's like, uh-oh. Last
Mm-hmm.
time we saw him, he went to speak with an informant.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Which Dude Man does also hear of. The man in charge himself, Mr. Newspaper Leader Man.
Mr. Leaderman.
Mm-hmm. Dorothy freaks out. Oh yeah. Specifically, Dorothy's like, he's dead,
Hell yeah.
and Estelle's like, no, he's not. He's going to go to an informant, and she's like, oh, he's totally dead.
She's great.
I love Dorothy. Estelle's like on the verge of killing her every time she sees her.
Someone so dumb, even Estelle hates them.
She's smart in her own way, just not the way that matters.
Trying her best. So we all gather around, and we get all the bracers together. Eventually, Schwartz comes in and is like, I'll also help you. I'll bring in my royal guards. So, so here's the plan. The plan is simple. Raid the villa.
Boom, 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 boom.
we we have two decoy teams, one rescue team. The first decoy team will be the Schwartz and her royal guard facing the special op guys at like the courtyard, and then the four bracers. I'm not gonna name them all. Will create another distraction within like the gate, like was it fountain garden? Yeah, the garden area, and then us, the rescue team, Stell, Zin, and Joshua will get into the house and then just go rescue them. And that happens.
Well, and then Joshua's like, we don't have enough people, right? Isn't that right? Is that this point?
I don't remember.
Because I remember it being like, Joshua's like, what we should do is this other thing, and they separate it out into further teams. And then Zin's like, yeah, that makes way more sense. Also, we don't have enough people. Oh yeah, that's when Schwartz comes in. Yeah.
Yeah, I just truncated all that. I was like, this is not important.
Yeah, no. Well, I brought it back.
And that's what basically happens. And that's to put things in short, that's what happens. Important thing. We fight to save a bartender who's serving special ops forces guys drinks, and then he gives us some. He's like the informant, like the royal informant for now. His source. And then after, like, you have to first look at the door.
Yeah,
and then he'll give
sucks.
you, and then you have to
so bad.
Which I didn't even realize because I checked the back door first, and I was like, oh, it's locked. Okay, let me go to the other rooms.
Yeah. So for like greater context, it's a courtyard, right? There's a big square and a bunch of rooms offside that square. Every single one of like the 30-something fucking rooms, you walk in, there's nothing there, you walk out, and you get ambushed by like 4 guards.
Yeah, it's very funny.
At the top left is the one room that starts the next sequence to go through another set of doors, one of which has a vase, which has a key.
Yeah, and you need to first look at the door that's locked to even like get the dialogue option. It was like, oh, this is where the key is.
Yeah,
because
so I
was so confused because I was trying to guide Alex through this little bit. I was like, oh, I'm gonna speed you through, and it's like, why is the key not in the vase? What? That's so dumb.
So yeah, I saved them. I went out. I bumbled around for a bit. Went back to the person, because you're supposed to get their dialogue to say, look in the vase. They didn't give the dialogue to me. So then I bumbled around for a little bit longer. Accidentally clicked on the front door, because I thought it was a different door. And it's like, oh, we can't go here. And one of them's like, oh, we should go talk to the dude about that. It's like, why not the first time? And they're like, oh, that? Yeah, of course it's locked. It's like, why did you make me check first? It's like, oh, grab the key from the vase. It's like, oh, fine. You go grab it. And then there's another fight anyway, I think. And
there's a fight after. There's a fight just after you lock the door.
Oh, is it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then we just fight like some souped up guards, and
yep, and they are fucking souped, dude.
They will almost one shot you.
Yeah, like I got one shot twice. These guys with the spears are crazy.
Thankfully, they're not immune to being mind controlled.
Yeah, if you guys aren't using confused every single fight for every single character, you're doing it wrong.
Unless it's boss fights, then ignore this advice.
Unless it's Elmalthea as the boss fight, then keep doing it.
And we finally get into the hostage room. Wee-hee.
Woo.
Ooh. The burp.
Good job, man. We're professionals.
Professionals. Power of editing.
Woo! Don't you dare edit that out.
Immediately going through the door, we see Niall, and it's like, oh shit. Hey, bud. How you doing? Like, not well. But more importantly, we see the princess. Voila, it's Princess Claudia, which is just Chloe.
I fucking told you! I think you edited it out, but I told you. I told you in like the second episode.
No, I didn't edit it out.
Good, then the people know I was fucking right. Like, I guessed it, and you're like, oh, it's off the cuff. That makes no sense. Where did you get that from? And I got it.
But also, to be fair, I started believing you last episode.
True.
I believe
it's too little, too late. I rise above my haters. I was stoked to see Chloe. Like, the entire chapter, I was like, wait, the Claudia, that sounds like Chloe. That's not, is that Chloe? And then, like, a little bit more would be revealed. It's like marriage. The marriage thing, I was like, because that was the most, like, out there one. Where I was like, oh yeah, Chloe's gonna be, like, married to Richard or something. They started talking about Claudia getting married, and I was like, oh! Everything? I got everything?
You got close. It's not,
I got so close.
It's scary how I think I was like just so against it because it's like, why would Richard want to? It's like I could see it, but like,
I was like, I don't know. It's like the stereotype situation.
Yeah,
I mean, I saw Richard and I was like, that motherfucker. He is evil incarnate. Like, just look at the way he's dressed. Like, his head's way too small.
I mean, I like.
Yeah, I think you had to convince me first, but
yeah, I had to convince you. I forget like what your specific theory was before then of Richard, of like, I think it ended up technically being true of like you think it was like he was like some smaller part or like the spy. I think it was like something to do with like the spy thing of it not being Richard, which it ended up being.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess it technically wasn't because like he just led the army, so there's not really a spy because he, unless you count the intelligence vision as like.
Hey! We're not routing this from stuff I got wrong. We're keeping in the firmly Alex was right with Chloe party.
Oh no! I'm just analyzing my thing.
Yeah. Just remember that I was right. That's all that really matters from this conversation.
Estelle. Never mind. I forgot. I was
like, her so long.
I was like, Estelle's doing good now, and it's like, God, every time Estelle proves me wrong, it's like I try to give her like the most amount of rope, and then I look at my notes and it's like, no, why are you giving her rope?
Chloe's like, yeah, I'm Claudia, and Estelle's like, no.
It still has the hugest brain fart moment and can't mentally fit the mental puzzle pieces together. Can't she? At first, she doesn't recognize her
directly to her.
Like first, she doesn't recognize her at all.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, who is this person? And then it's like, oh my God, Chloe, why are you here? And like everybody talks about like stuff as a given, and then she gets a brain blast. It's like, oh my God.
Well, Joshua has to like lead in first.
It's like
she doesn't put two and two together. Like she gets handed the other two.
Fun thing, Jill came up with Chloe's nickname because it was the first and last part kind of like truncated, so that's cute.
Mm-hmm.
Jill continues being the best,
The best character, yeah.
even off screen. But all good times must come to an end. And then a special ops soldier just comes in, puts a gun to a kid's head, and is like, "I'll do it."
Is it a neurotoxin gun, I question?
Specifically,
By
it's
the way, in my playthrough, the special ops had a special hate boner for any child that was nearby, because Tita got fucking wailed on. Like, special ops just hate children.
Specifically, this kid is General Morgan's granddaughter, which is the reason why General Morgan is even like imprisoned, is because he's willingly did it. But this is more valuable hostage than like Claudia, so it's like, I'll do anything for the future. Glory to liberal, essentially. But before anything gets too drastic, a Charizard or a Whip comes in, and bam, Charizard comes in. Remember her from way back when?
Something?
One.
What?
From chapter 1
My god, and she's back.
and back.
Just look at her on your screen right now. There she is. Look. Ah, you missed her.
Now she's behind you. She's over there, to the left, to the right.
Look left. Look right. Look up. Look back down. It's Charizard. Now look left. Look right. She's gone.
She's here. She's here to beat some sense into this person, and I think a gunshot gets. I think a gunshot gets like shot at his gun, so he gets disarmed or something like that. Or
Yeah, because she does something, and
I know the
doesn't
specific.
do much.
I know the specific move that happens where basically Olivier shoots him with a bullet, and then Charizard just slams dunks him in the air with a whip, which is like a great combo move. And then we all have a good old gaggle of, "Hey, it's you." Haha, it is me.
Yeah, is Spider-Man memeing it up?
It's like, yeah, I'm doing all right. Haha. And we've recaptured the villa. Woohoo, even though there's like guards, like I think like reinforcements were coming, but then we fended them off. I guess somehow. Yeah.
I just remember there was something to be said about like I don't remember what it was, but they said something along the lines of like they wouldn't send more reinforcements because it was like a waste of time and they were all starting to converge on the castle or whatever. Or it's like they did it so quick they only had so much time before reinforcements came, something like that. And so they needed to set up the next part of the plan really fast.
Yeah, something
But
like
basically
that.
they took it over before communications could be sent.
So now that we've captured the villa, we've completed the queen's request. That was pretty quick and easy.
Woohoo!
Now there's only one thing to finish the job, to save her.
A Glock. Oh, right.
It's time to finish what I started.
Estelle has a gun!
Oh no, Estelle, why do you have Olivier's gun? Oh no. So here's the plan.
Yeah, here we go. Fucking second, everybody sit down. Here comes in the fucking heist music.
Once again,
Second music.
the new plan is for Estelle, Charizard, and Chloe to go in one of the special ops airship that was just kind of parked in the back because they haven't learned from last time, I guess.
Well, it's one of the Royal Army leftover ships. Because they, I don't remember. I have notes about this, but they captured a specific ship, and it wasn't they did do the RCL, and they had a moment about that when they were on the ship, but they also captured other Royal Army ships, and so this was like one of them, I think.
Oh, I'm more just saying like this one like fucking ship type is really like the downfall of the special ops thing, where it's like we gave away our location, and now now this thing is giving them a way for to infiltrate the capital, which is just it's a funny thing in retrospect to look at. How this one airship kind of like how their own technology went against them. But Estelle, Charizard, and Chloe is going to go into this special ops airship in the air. Joshua, Olivia, and Zen is going to go by into the sewers and find a secret passage to open up the gate so Lieutenant Schwartz and the Royal Guard can go through the front door. And
Yeah.
and that's essentially the plan. I don't know why specifically like Estelle, Charizard, and Chloe is going by like the airship and not like what
It
the
was
army is like kind of like
we are
pincer.
we don't have enough people for the ship. Like the ship is too small.
Yeah.
And the ground forces, there's like a lot of the Royal Army, like many Royal Army. So their plan is basically, we're going to create a diversion in the front of the gate where we're going to send in everybody. And then everybody's going to get pulled to the front because there's just numbers, right? And then while that's happening, the boys will break in to the treasury. And then they'll meet up with Charizard, Estelle, and Chloe. And then those three, while the diversion is happening, are going to land on the top of the castle and then meet down. So it's basically like we're going to pincher them inside their own castle from like 3 different directions, from the bottom, from the top, and from the front.
Yeah. A little aside scene. Amelia kind of is like, what is going on? Malding. Send out the troops. Go to the villa. Get more people. And then simps over Richard. It's like, I'll ensure his vision. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever, simp.
She is straight up just simping the whole goddamn game. And he's having none of it. Like, he just doesn't care.
Be gone,
I would say
thoughts.
Chad, but he's just such a loser.
Yeah. And this is the first time in the game where Estelle and Joshua split off from each other, which is like wild because like everybody else is like split off at a certain point. It's always been these two, and then it's like, which is exciting.
Yeah.
If it wasn't over so
Zin,
fast.
Olivier, and Zin, Olivier, and Joshua is probably the most boring goddamn group of people. Like, they have no chemistry, because any group that Joshua's in just devolves into somebody else leading, and him just kind of being silent and occasionally saying something, or just, like, fucking exposition dropping. So they don't really talk much. Like, Olivier and Zin have good chemistry, but Joshua has no chemistry with anybody, so it's just like, meh. Except Estelle.
Yeah, I'd say Estelle.
And maybe Charizard.
And in Charizard, yeah.
Yeah. But then, like, Estelle has chemistry with absolutely everybody, so... It's like... Literally, when the split happened, I was like, oh, yeah, I get to go out and do, like, a girls' night. And then it cuts to, like, Joshua, Olivier, and Zin. I was like, fuck, I'm going to the sewer.
Yeah. So their goal is to go through the sewer and then find this weird mark of, like, an equal signs on this, like, crusty map to find it.
To find a secret tunnel in the sewer, which leads to the upper sewer.
Doesn't help that this map is like awful.
Yeah, you can't actually use it as like an in-game map. You're just going like from any point in the sewer, they will give you a semantic explanation of where you are in particular, because there's like 3 entrances to this place.
There's 2.
And they'll be like, oh, you're here. So you see
Yeah,
that sign on the map that does da-da-da? Okay, that's where you are.
It doesn't
and it's
show
just like,
you.
What?
It doesn't show you where you are, though.
Yeah.
It
The
is
explanation
so
I got was like, okay, you see that triangle? Yeah, so next to there's like that like L shape. That's where we are. And I was like, they're all L shapes. What triangle? Like, what do you mean? So I instantly went to a guide, and thank God I did.
Same, because I was like, I don't want to go through the sewer.
Can we also debate real quick, why is the sewer segmented into 2 separate sewers? Why is like the royal sewer segmented by an entire goddamn wall? Who, like, huh? Somebody has to maintain that place. Like, now they have to have like royal sewermen. The logistics, I'm saying, Brandon. The logistics. Nonsense.
Listen, they
we
built
get
it
there.
wrong.
They did build it wrong. Hire me as the sewer engineer of this place. I'll give you a better goddamn sewer. Clean out all the riffraff too. Why are there rats that can like shoot lightning and shit down there?
You gotta go there to train, though. That's where you
Yeah,
get
I know.
strong.
I like to train in just the worst smelling place.
So they get to the spot, and then it's like, we're gonna rest here for the time being.
Yeah, because I have to wait till exactly 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I feel like we can still like talk about like their stuff
I
because
mean,
it's like all they do is like, okay, times go, and then they go in, they fight a dude, and then they release the gate, and that's their whole bit for the rest of the thing.
well, they don't do that. They just literally walk in and meet up with the other group. Charizard,
No,
Estelle, and
no,
the
no,
others.
they
They go
no
in and they unleash the gate.
no, it's Joshua. No, it's Joshua's group that unleashed the gate.
Are you sure?
Yes, I was
Oh,
also
okay.
was like, did they just do nothing? I was like, what were they doing? It's like, yeah, they just released the gate, and they had to like hold it, so they had to stay there.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
All
but
three of them, right?
yeah, all three of them, and
Yeah,
then
they had to just sit there. Like they were doing like the construction workers kind of gig, right? You need one person to do the work and three to watch to make sure the work's
well,
being done right.
it's more like almost like a tower defense esque thing where one person has to hold down like the machine, where the other two just kind of
Oh,
like
I
defend
hate
off.
those missions.
But we get to the real meat
Mm.
of this part with the other group.
Yeah, we crash a ship into the side of a castle.
Yeah, as we see Amelia on the castle is like, what's going on? What's going on? Molding everything, and then we basically just drop a ship on her.
Which is like I didn't mention it because we were playing this part together a little. But like it's a ship. You can see it coming. At what point were you like, the ship that's flying right towards us? Yeah, that'll be fine. Anyway, send the troops away from the ship that's coming here. Like, what do you mean?
It's a very quiet ship, I guess.
A
They were
very
just
quiet, invisible ship.
I guess they were just at a high altitude. Let's not
I
question
guess.
this. Still, the squad gets out the ship and just beat up Amelia.
And Shara reveals that she has the greatest spell probably ever in the game. She has the confuse spell. I didn't know that. That was really good. And you can confuse Almalthea. So you can literally just sit there and confuse everybody till they kill each other. It's so
Oh,
good.
she comes with that pre-equipped.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah,
really good.
I had Olivier as my confuser.
I had, for my final group, oh, I guess I shouldn't say that.
Not yet.
Yeah. Anyway, I used confuse a ton.
Confuse was great. I didn't end up really using Confuse for this fight because it's just like, she has a gun. There's groups. I'm just gonna freeze them and just fucking kill them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then after that fight, we rushed through some more mooks, and then we eventually reached more like kind of like the inner, not inner sanctum, but like the place where we were at, where like before the queen's bedroom, where we see the duke there with a bunch of guards claiming to be, I am the king here, no treason here, and fuck women
Oh, he
especially.
gets really bad. Yeah, he's like fucking women. Like they should be my servants and grovel at my feet and serve me. And the girls are just like, bro.
And then even the mooks are like, bro, come on. I was like,
Just everybody stops.
it's like Retro Scratch is like, this is the guy we gotta serve.
Even Chloe, she's like, sorry, uncle.
Sorry,
I
uncle.
can't defend you.
And then they beat him.
Yeah.
Like the funny thing in this fight, he just kind of runs away, cowers, and I think powers up like the other guys, if I remember correctly, which is very funny. It's like,
Yeah. Uh, And then after the fight, we finally get at him.
But before we could really get him his just comeuppance, Philip comes in and then it's like, no, this is my responsibility for raising him wrong. It's like, bro, Philip, this ain't your fault, bro.
Well, it's even better too because it's like, we're gonna get you for what you did, and they have like a full like 5-minute conversation. He's like, no, please. He turns around and runs head first directly into a fucking pole. Just gets knocked out cold.
Oh, yeah.
The girls just had to look at him funny, just like a true incel. This poor fucking idiot. I hate him so
Poor
much.
Philip.
Oh, Philip, yeah.
Another thing that we didn't mention before in like the previous scene with the Duke being drunk is Hilda's known Philip for a long time, and she even feels bad for him. I was like, it's like, man, Philip's existence is pain.
Yeah.
This Hilda is just like, I lead the castle.
Yeah. I lead the intelligence division from the shadows as the head maid.
Undefeatable Hilda. We finally get to the queen, and it's like, queen, but who else is there? But Lawrence.
The sexy man.
Not sexy man yet. It's still nerd Lawrence.
All right, Lawrence.
Lawrence. Standing in our way. Burger King foot lettuce.
Number 17.
We basically tell him, we know what you are. You're a jigger. And then it's like, he responds, you're the daughter of the S-rank bracer, because... And then they're like, you know our secret code. Which is like... I think I remember... I don't know if it was on podcast that earlier or like off podcast where it's like... where we said that Lawrence is basically just reading their character sheet.
Yeah.
It's like trying to be like very like intelligent. It's like, I know.
He's like, I've got you now. Estelle, you have brown hair.
You have brown hair. Your dad is an ex-military S-rank bracer.
Yeah.
And then Lawrence gets into some philosophy. Lawrence compares the country to an orbiment, and the people are like units of a quartz that provides the power and organize the system. And then he goes, it's like, Chloe, if you don't understand this, you're not fit to rule the country, I guess.
It's the fucking
deep
dumbest
analogy.
thing.
Deep
That's like
analogy, bro.
straight up Reddit level. Like fucking...
So,
Society is like an electric circuit with the people in this. It's like, what did you even say really that mattered there? What, like, a society functions as a group and people within the society work towards the society? No shit, Sherlock. Like,
well, like I've seen this concept done better in like different media. I know there's like in Full Metal Alchemist, there's like the concept for like all is one and one is all, where it's like the concept of like giving back to nature, that like we all exist within like nature or something like that.
yeah, it's not really the same though. Like this
It's
one,
not- it's-
literally
it's-
what he's saying. He's literally just saying like we are an organized unit of people that have people that organize you. Like he's not saying anything revolutionary or even like.
I'd
deep.
say like same thing with like what with my example, but like it usually like the context matters the most, and like in the context of the show it works well for this. In the context of this, it just seems like he's just really trying hard to seem smart. And usually like
He's like a philosophy major that never went past first year.
oh, that's so brutal.
I drop the bombs, man. Like I just call him as I see him.
Yikes.
I mean, the next things he says are even worse.
Now he's like, I'm gonna show you my real power. He
He
takes off
takes
his
off his helmet and he's just hot, and that's
yeah,
the reveal.
he's hot, but more importantly,
Dear God.
he's got blonde ash hair, but like
Yeah.
Chloe's like silver
Explicitly
hair.
not silver hair.
Yeah, no, it's because Chloe. I think either Chloe or Stella was like silver hair, but it's like Charizard correct. It's like blonde ash hair. That means he grew up in the north, and it's like, wait, what's the north here? Ambrodian? No, I guess even
Yeah,
farther
Urbonia.
north.
Yeah, north is Urbonia.
North is Ambrodia, but is there even more north than Ambrodia?
I don't know. Does the map go that far? I'm
I don't
pretty sure
know.
you hit an ice wall after you walk to a certain point, don't you?
I don't know what bit you're going for here.
Flat Earth.
Oh,
You're not down
I'm
with the lore yet.
I'm
The world
I'm
is a
glad I
disc,
don't
Brandon.
get this.
We live in an ice bowl.
I'm glad I'm not that terminally online.
Hey, I'm not a Lawrence, okay?
Lawrence.
The world is an orbit. Nothing of what I'm saying matters.
But now it's like, I am Lawrence.
Yeah.
He's a gentleman because he believes in equality. So, so he doesn't have any qualms against holding against the back of women.
Yeah. Yeah.
True
He does say
equality.
that, doesn't he? He's like, I have anime equality. I hope you know what that means. Shunk. Have you ever heard of Kazuma? That's great too. Doesn't he say like, is this before or after the queen judges him? Because I remember he says something along the lines of like, oh, okay, never mind.
It's after.
We'll talk about it after then, because currently he's about to kick some ass.
Yep.
Brandon, do you want to explain the horror you went through?
So this fight you can't win. I try to fight this normally, which like I got like pretty close to getting him. He was like down to like a fourth, but then he kept doing like his max guard move, where because like there's max guard earth wall where it's like it takes 2 hits before it gets done, which is like you don't even get that move, which is like that's neat. It's like a potential like you might get this in the next game type thing. It's like that could be a neat thing, but it was also like come on, man. And then like healing and whatnot. But he does do a lot of cool moves. Like one of his moves is he throws down a bunch of like metal pillar blade things that encircle people in like a cone. It was like,
really?
Yeah, it's pretty
I didn't
neat.
see that one.
You didn't see any of it.
I saw his 2-guard. I saw that he creates shadow clones. I think he has
in this
like
fight
an
he
attack
doesn't.
down thing.
In this fight,
Does he
I
not
don't.
create shadow clones? I thought he has like 2 or 3 this time at a time.
No, no, that's his last fight.
Oh yeah, there's a whole other fight.
Yeah, this is the last Lawrence fight of the game. Yeah. This is also when we get AA moves, which is attack cancel moves, which is or specifically it's attack arts cancels. It cancels your art. And it's
we
like,
got there in the end, Brandon. It's okay.
Yeah. Art cancel moves, which is like, yep, you casting spell. Nope. So that wasted your turn. It's like that system already is like finicky. So, and this is like the first thing to come because now every enemy has this move, which is like the most logical progression to make something more harder, I guess. But like, come on.
Yeah.
And then his ultimate is like a fire vortex where like he just kind of does like a big spinny and then just bam.
Wham.
It's a cool fight. And I thought it was like winnable, but like he'll just keep doing max guard and then just healing himself to full. And I was like, oh my god, this is worse than the penguin fight, but at least with this one, you just die. And I did
Hmm.
not know about the get you get more buff as you die trick at this point. So I was like, how do I beat this boss? And it was like, I looked up the thing. And I was like, oh, they just died and it just progressed. It's like, okay, I wasted some items. Great, thanks, game.
Yeah.
Thankfully, this
Uh,
is the only fight in the game where you are designed to lose, because usually not like a fan of like, unless it's at the very beginning of the game where like undefeatable fight. But I hate like the you win the fight, but now you actually lose the fight type thing.
yeah.
Sometimes it can be done fairly decently because like the win is not like without consequence, but like it doesn't feel great.
I prefer it when it's like it truly is inevitable. If there's ever a situation where it's like, oh, I could have won this if it wasn't for this cheat mechanic, you know?
Mm.
Like I'm imagining like you're on a battlefield or whatever, and pirate ships are like shooting cannons at you that do a billion damage turn by turn and wear you down, and the characters constantly make reference to it. Like if it's super obvious what's meant to happen, then it's just an interactive cinematic piece. But if
Mm.
it's just like, oh, I could totally win this. How much longer is this going to take to kill him? Like, and it's like,
Yeah,
okay, you
because
fucked
like
it
the
up as the
penguin fight
devs.
was exactly that. Was like,
No, the penguin fight was like for you a lot worse than it was for me because I was over leveled at that point. You went there way earlier than you needed to be.
well, I didn't get to the penguin fight. I fought the penguin fight at like the exact same like
Oh,
level roughly.
then this must have been when the reverse was happening when I was engaging with the combat more and you were less,
Probably, yeah.
or when you were less, yeah. Because like I didn't have any problems with the penguin fight.
I less had problems with the penguin fight, and just more like it took forever. It's like
Yeah,
God.
see that happened for me too. But I was just so amused by how fucking derpy he was.
Mm.
But Lawrence, there was none of that, and I was fed up with the game at this point. I kind of just wanted to finish. I learned a long time ago, accidentally, that when you die, fights get easier. Like over by the mare, when I was fighting the dogs for the mare, I died once and noticed that they were doing way less damage to me. I was doing way more to them. Um, and the final chapter, I was like, you know what? The Colosseum completely ruined the combat for this game because the balance was so out of whack. Uh, Compared to the items, or like just it wasn't explained well enough, where I was just completely sour over the whole experience. So the very first thing I did was like, I don't want to bother with you, Lawrence. I'm just gonna attack you until you kill me enough that your stats are down to something reasonable, and then I'll fight you. And then the very first attempt at that, it's like, well, we've won the fight, or we've continued from the fight, and I was like, oh, cool. I was down in like 2 hits. Like, so yeah, opposite experiences.
So once the fight ends, um, it's like not even a match. And it's like, how is he so strong? I guess he was holding his back, his true power at the tournament.
Which is something we already established, but thank you, Joshua.
Uh, the queen feels pity for Lawrence, but then
Yeah.
Lawrence says she's not
You're not
qualified.
allowed to feel pity for me.
Well, it's Lawrence says she's not qualified to feel pity for him because she knows the name of Hamill, and I don't know what this means. I guess like 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 a race or like an incident. I don't know. That's something that's gonna be brought up later.
Maybe Hamill's like a person, and it's like the person who put her in power or whatever. There's a whole like thing I want to talk about later that I can't really mention here, and so much of this upcoming segment is just going to be just that, like not being able to say any predictions. So, but I have an idea for it.
Lawrence just kind of gives up now and is like, here's the queen. It's like, if you want to go stop the colonel, he's downstairs. And it's like, okay, and then he just jumps 4 stories, and then
Yeah, he just leaps off a building.
kind of like flash steps midair.
Yep. He shadow dives and misses all the damage.
Mm-hmm.
Or shadow dances, whatever.
It's like
And
there's
then
clearly
Joshua's like, "There's no splash. What the heck?" He's like, "Yep, he's gone."
the
Poof.
the rest of the squad comes in.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and then the Queen finally realizes what Richard's after. He's after the Shining Ring, the Allure.
Mm-hmm.
Allure? Allure? It's one of the sept. Oh my god, septrinians that Eidos gave the ancients. I was like,
It
this
does
is
sound like the
this.
plot of like either the like Middle Earth or like fucking what's it called, Isekai. The world was saved by 7 heroes who had overpowered god items from when they were transmitted into a video game. Or
Yeah,
it's the ring to end all rings to control and corrupt the hearts of men in the shadows of Gondor. Like, come on, man. A ring?
apparently the Shining Ring can control nature itself.
Which is
I don't.
like the most vague statement.
It's the most vague statement. She starts to tell us a story that was passed down by the church, or it was it was a story that was passed down by the church. According to the Queen, the Shining Ring shall bring catastrophe, condemning the souls of men to eternal purgatory. It has been sealed within the uh, interval of blackest dark, and that we must retain our humanity. I started pulling up quotes because I started getting really lost in the sauce here.
It's basically Black Orbament's his key. Use key
Yeah,
on MacGuffin to get power. Don't do though, cause bad.
yeah. There's a
And guess who's
mysterious
about to do bad?
there's a mysterious room in the castle, and we're gonna go for it. So we go
It's not just a
down.
mysterious room; it's the treasury,
Yeah,
which is the
well,
greatest part because it's like we sealed off the treasury because that's where
mhm,
the thing is, and
yeah.
nobody can go in there. It's like,
Mhm.
how do you collect taxes? Like, what does the economy do? Like, is it just like, yeah, that's where the money goes that nobody ever gets to touch? Like, we send in a servant every week to like put all the money there, but they don't come back, so we just assume they fall in the hellhole. Like, come on.
Uh, and then once we go into the room, hey, there's an elevator, and this is what the elevator that we've been speaking of this whole time
Mhm.
that Richard built down in this hole that's locked behind some orbital lock, and it's like,
It's an Orbital key card.
yeah,
Orbital
something
key
like
card
that.
lock. Yeah.
It's like, what do we do? Oh, hey there, Russell. Wait, Russell, what are you doing here?
Ah, I've come. I'm gonna put this secret key in. It's the debug key. Yes, we didn't scrub the debug key when we released the material. So dumb. They're like, oh, it's protected by this cryptographic sequence, but if I put in the key at the right frequency, then it'll represent the number, and bam, we're good. He just fucking used RSA encryption and then just had a solved solution on hand. So silly.
Well, I mean, he designed the thing.
Yeah, but you change the encrypt. You wouldn't just be like, "Oh yeah, this is the one key, and it's the debug key." Like, who
Listen,
does? That's
he's
some
no,
anime level like
no,
villain.
he's very smart. You don't question him. He's just very smart.
Yeah, I have all of my top secret security things have one root key that I control just so that I can fuck with it at will.
Listen,
Really?
he has a back door.
He has a backdoor into everything that's branded after him, and nobody else can use it, definitely. 100%. Thieving has never occurred, especially by bandits that go in the sky.
Listen, he
No one
invents
could ever
everything.
abuse this.
He invents everything, so nothing bad could happen from this system.
Yeah.
Like, I don't actually know like the specifics of like system. I'm it's just like, okay, he just knows how to open this thing. That's all I need to know. I
The way
really
he
don't care.
described it
I
is
don't care
like
about the specifics.
Well, like the way he described it, the reason I'm so baffled by it is like he basically had an encryption key and then like one base key that unlocked it and a bunch of other different keys that could unlock it on a more like instance per instance thing. So literally he left in the debug key, like the key you use to test whether the thing works. Like you normally scrub that in any software system, which is effectively what this is. Just silly. Silly Russell. Creating 0-day cybersecurity problems.
Listen, no one's advanced enough to know about this stuff. It's only like the select few. It's the select few nerds that are interested in this stuff.
Yeah. Hey. That's rude.
Anyways, it looks like the Professor Russell, Tita, and Agate have been hiding out in Grand Seal because it's like, you know what, this smart hideout in a city that's on high alert because, you know, we're under their nose, so they won't check there, even though they keep checking for terrorist activity and, you know, curfew and all these other problems.
Yeah. And also, definitely the best second idea is when you see commotion at the exact location of the area you need to avoid, to go directly there without consulting anyone, just to make sure that that's the thing you need to do at this exact time to be Deus Ex Machina. Thank you.
Listen, they needed
your contribution to Deus Ex.
Listen, they need to be here for the final dungeon, even though they had no reason to even be here.
Well, they have a reason. But it's a player dev reason, not a real reason. Except
Yeah.
Russell. He's just there because he has to be.
Because like Tita and Agate like doesn't like make any sense like why they're here at this specific time. It's like, oh, I got through like the thing because like also Schwartz is now with us as well because we've taken out everybody inside the castle, so like there's now reinforcements, so it's like, okay, time for like for the royal guard to like fend them off, but like Russell somehow and the gang got in here somehow past everybody.
Yep.
We don't think about this too hard.
It'll lead you to madness.
Everybody has a big old powwow. It's like, hey you, but even longer than the one before.
Yeah.
We get a few great lines out of this, like Agate calling the queen Granny.
Yep.
Like it's not even.
And then it's like, that's the queen, and he's like, what? No.
It's like, no. It's like, what are you talking about, old man? It's like, God damn it.
He's the greatest.
He is something.
Just a complete jackass.
And then Olivier, always with the great lines. When people are talking with Tita, and it's like, oh, what your name is. And
Oh, yeah.
it's like, and it's like Charizard, you can call me Charizard. And it's like, blah, blah, blah. And then Olivier is like, you can call me Uncle Olivier. It's like,
Uncle Ollie, I think.
no, it's Uncle Olivier. It'd be
Yeah.
great if it's Uncle Ollie, because
Yeah, I would have loved that, yeah. No.
that would
Because
kill me even
fucking
further.
Tita comes in and is like, oh, yeah. Oh, I don't remember what specifically. I think she's just getting introduced to Charizard, and it's like, yeah, this is our adopted sister. And then they go around the room. This is that person. This is that person. This is that person. Then fucking Olivier makes it weird, and then everybody's like, "Okay, let's move on."
The gang goes all down the elevator. It's a very, very long ride. Just kind of everybody's just like
There's like 30
standing
people
silently,
in one fucking elevator,
just like awkwardly.
So you see the game?
I hear the Oilers are doing pretty well. And then they arrive where Richard where Richard and Lawrence one shot that one robot dude. It's pretty sick.
Do they?
Well, it's just the same place.
Oh, okay.
It's just the same place that they were at.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, oh my god, look at these ruins.
Different assets? What?
What? So now we gotta go through these ruins, and it's the final dungeon time.
It's the
Woo!
final countdown.
Uh, so this is where it's all led up. You can now choose your party, or well, half your party.
Who did you have? Who did you pick?
What did I pick? I I chose Zin and Olivier. Because I already had like good or decent stuff with them at like the arena, and I want to keep Zin because it was like this is my Earth Wall guy, and then Olivier is like you're gonna be damage dealer. I'm gonna give you like this like fire orb or whatever that like instant like kills people with like a fire weakness, which didn't really happen in this dungeon, but it's nice to feel powerful for once.
Yeah, I didn't get that at all.
I think it's
Except
just
the
an item in
Amalthea
the
fight. I
shop.
felt pretty decent through that. I took Shara and Tita also has confusion, and Estelle also has confusion. So it was just the greatest party. Shara is ridiculously powerful.
Yeah, I think she's got like a good decent spread from like the brief time that I used her. But
Yeah.
I feel like this is like the perfect time to like grieve my grievances of
Yes, repent, child.
like you only really build up two characters throughout the entire game, and that's Estelle and Joshua. And
Yeah.
like Estelle, you can do anything with, which is nice. But then Joshua's like kind of like locked down into like the black orbal type tree, so it's like you
Yep.
can't really like. The best thing you can do with Joshua is be like your main like black mage almost.
Yeah, but
Can't
black
really.
magic is almost like a better support thing than it is a like it doesn't really give
Oh,
you raw stats or
oh
anything.
no, it does give you raw stats because like
No, it gives you
since
good spells, which is different. The
I
stat that it gives you is like agility
uh
or something.
oh yeah, like the stat specifically because like
Yeah,
it
the
does like
specific like stat that isn't like an art. It's like agility and I think evasion or something.
something like that. But like
Yeah.
the black magic is different than from like the other ones because like black magic most enemies don't really have an affinity for
Yeah.
except and like only like boss characters resist it and like
Wait,
some
really?
I think so. I think some of the robots in this dungeon may resist it, but like it's kind
Oh.
of like something similar to like an almighty damage in like a Persona or SMT game where like you don't
Or
really they don't
Esper.
really have a weakness. It's just kind of like raw damage, but then
What are the spell costs that are like that in FF10? Is it Esper? Esper is the spell that is it Ultima damage? What the fuck is
I
it called?
think I think it may be Ultima. I
I know
can't.
that's the spell, but what's the damage type? Like
I can't.
special? I don't know.
Yeah, it's I don't think it's light, but yeah. So like
Hmm.
you only get to build up these two characters for the entire game, which feels very limiting because like every time
Hmm.
because like when you get new party members in each chapter, they kind of like
They
you can
dwarf
kind
you.
they give you like a few like preset orbals and then like you can start messing around, but then they're not long there long enough to like really get like a good like party synergy. I only really felt like a
Hmm.
good party synergy at like the very end, which is kind of like, disappointing, but like also like that's how they built the story. So story-wise, I much prefer characters leaving and going, but from a gameplay wise, it felt very limiting.
It
But at
felt
the end,
awkward too, because there are times where it's like, oh, Tita comes in and she's 4 levels below and useless during this entire period for what you had with her.
mhm.
Uh, and then there are times like at the end where all of a sudden Tita has way more levels than I did. She was above me by like 6 at this point, or like 4 or 6. And Zen's up there by like at least 6, or Zen, not Zen, and Shara and all those people. So it's like that. How would you balance the levels that these characters come in with? Like originally, it just felt like they were just going, "Hey, whatever your level +1," but now it's
Mhm.
like, is this just like a capped? Is it just like every single? It's 32. That is it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, why is
From what
Tita
I've
coming
heard,
in with 32 and Shara's like 36? I'm
fr
28.
from
Like,
from what I've seen, I think people usually say to beat this dungeon at level like 40, and I don't know how.
35 to 40, yeah.
And it's like,
And they're like, "Oh, this is a grindless game. Like you'll get there naturally." It's how I killed every single creature I came in contact with until this final chapter. Was it the sewers? Did we miss quote unquote not grinding there for a couple hours?
I wouldn't even say that because I did like a little bit in the sewers, like fight like an optional like boss thing in the
Yeah.
sewers,
I did the same
and like
thing, and they
and it
throw XP at you.
yeah, but also I just started like avoiding fights because it's like I kind of want to get to the
Yeah.
end, and then combat was not doing much for me.
Yeah.
And then this final dungeon is sure a thing.
It is something I basically skipped.
Yeah, and it's something that was like I want to like fight these encounters, but like there's just such a difficulty spike in like everything, and then it doesn't help that like almost every other chest in this final dungeon is a mimic.
Yep. And not only is it a mimic, they're hard mimic fights. Like, brutal. Fun challenge if you're interested in the combat at this point, which I would argue nobody really should be. You've got like 30 minutes left in the game. Well, like an hour. But also, like, the rewards you get just aren't worth it. Like, quite a few of them are just basic health potion, which is like, who cares?
Most of the basic health potions are like not locked behind the thing. All like good armor stuff is locked behind those mimic things from like
But there
what
still
I've.
are chests that are locked, and they're just a potion. So you're
I
just
don't think so.
losing. I know so. I looked at the map because we had a guide, but I looked at the guide. There was some that just had straight up potions
Well, yeah,
or
but they weren't
whatever
locked
the
behind
drink was.
monsters.
Maybe it was like a revive thing, but it was just a potion. Like who cares? I'm
Well,
probably
like
using potions to get through this fight.
well, no, there's
Minimum.
weapons and armor sets locked behind most of the mimic fights,
Yeah,
but
they're just not
because
worth it.
usually there is something good behind one of those fights, but like since they have like so much health and do so much damage,
And there's so many of them.
it's like I'm just gonna run away.
Yeah. Yep. And with the combined with the fact that you already feel under leveled because everybody's all of a sudden like 5 to 6 levels higher than you for no reason, it just I don't know. It doesn't feel good. I skipped the entirety of every single fight in this section. I didn't use any potions or anything. I just ran, and we originally had a guide that Brandon was reading off to me because I needed some help, just like wanting to finish this segment. And so he was reading off the guide to me, and I brute forced it. And the good thing about Trails is you can just completely avoid the fights. Put on Eagle Eye, just wander through. You can see everybody 50 miles away, and everybody else is blind as a bat. You're good, but still, like they could have done something to make it better. I don't know what. Maybe start with like I don't know some test runs, or stick to what they were doing beforehand, where it's like one more level, or like I don't know, not as many like ridiculous enemies. Save it for like the boss fight, something like that.
I
I
mean,
don't know.
they I mean,
Or like
they
lead
did.
into it, like coax us in with some easy boys, and then just like ambush us with something nightmarish.
Well, that's
that'd
not a
be more
final
fun.
dungeon of an RPG, Alex. You can't. It's not supposed to be easy.
No, it doesn't have to be easy. It just has to be like satisfying, and there's no satisfaction in just like grinding your face against a wall after a wall after a wall when they're all optional repeats of the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I went a little hard there, but suffice to say, I was grumpy with this dungeon.
During the middle of this dungeon segment, we get one final encounter with Ameliath, who brings down some robots, and then we do a little mini boss fight with her.
Her
That's
robots
pretty much
are really
it.
good, and she is really bad.
Yeah, like most human characters in the game, you can like just inflict elements on them, and then just kind of like rinse them pretty easily. The robots are
you
neat.
remember-
They have like different modes of like okay, I'm breaking, so I'm taking some damage, but I'll eventually like recover and then do some more
Hmm.
like damage
And their
later.
systems will go offline too, so they won't be able to use certain abilities.
Yeah,
Because I used
it's
to spam with AA, and then I confuse one, and it gets out of that, and it's just like, oh, I can't do that anymore. That specific system's down. And then later, it's like, oh, the system's back online, which I'm assuming means that the ability was disabled because I didn't see it during that time, and it was named the same thing or similar to what I'd imagine it would be.
mhm.
Yeah. And you can confuse them, which is the best part.
Mhm. The last time you could do that in boss fight.
Yeah, and it's fitting too because you just wipe the floor with this chick. The
I
best part too is her like knocked out cold corpse. Like you just give to the party in the corner. Like yeah, we'll keep her safe. It's so funny. You just walk by and it's like, oh, there's all healthy. How you doing there, kid?
just I equivalated it to like the fucking what is it the Gohan crater or what is it Yamcha the Yamcha's pose. That's it.
The Yamcha's pose.
The Yamcha pose where he's just in a fucking crater on the
Oh,
ground.
that's pretty apt. I think you
Yeah,
can switch out your party after that point too, but I didn't.
yeah. You can at all times like they say it in a way that it seems like oh you gotta choose now. You can't choose later, but like you can swap at any time. You just have to go through like out the entire dungeon or defeat this boss fight and then switch up your party.
I mean, they did say something about Sieg, but I didn't really get to see him do anything.
I think he was just kind of like the informant like he went forward or like he goes like
Yeah.
informs them. It's very arbitrary of like
Well, he is the silver-haired man in disguise, so
no.
like he has to. Look, I was right on two
I
out of three things. This will be the third. They're both silver, Brandon.
am
Coincidence? I think not.
I argue with one of your two, but
Yeah.
we'll get there.
Mm-hmm. Will lead us there then.
Yeah. And we finally reach the bottom, and then we confront Richard, and he starts
Yep.
going on typical spiel.
Yep.
And this is where I feel like I was like, why did you front load all this new information in this last half of the game? Why did we not build up to like these ancient like relics or like stuff? But like he
We
says,
kind of did.
kind of not really in the
The
main story.
tower and the archaeologist and the Orbital and the Black Orbiment, and we mentioned the underground, but we didn't mention the castle underground. And
I think it's just more
we were
like
in the
the
ruins at some
ancients.
point.
We're
Yeah,
at
we
the
were in
ruin.
the ancients' ruins during the Sky Pirate thing.
Yeah, it's just more like this. The information itself feels like,
Mm,
oh, we're going to grab like if you like mentally skip over like a line, it's like, wait, what's going on here?
yeah.
Long ago, the ancients were granted the power of the Septrians, heavenly
Septians.
treasures, Septians, Septentrions, and whatever,
Deception or Deceptons, whatever they're called.
Decepticons.
Autobots.
They were heavenly treasures that could control the ground, sea, and sky. And one of those treasures that existed was the Aurelia, Aurelia, the
Yeah,
shining
and it
ring.
controlled all the elements. They called it the Avatar.
Yeah. I was gonna say
Parsing the next line of text.
no. It's less that. What does the ring specifically do again? Just
I
like
don't remember. I think they
I
just say it controls elements and like nature.
yeah, like nature
Yeah, they're
specifically.
just like it controls the very nature of nature itself, and it's like,
Yeah,
what
it's
does that
basically
mean?
just a MacGuffin.
Yep. It is the ring to end all rings. It is
Oh,
the
oh,
one who
this is
corrupts the
the
hearts of
point that I
men.
was trying to get. It feels like we're just introducing not really a second MacGuffin, but like I guess it's revealing like the stuff behind like the Black Orb Gospel esque thing, where it's
It's
like
just a
if
bait and switch because it's like you thought the black orbital is the most powerful thing, and then they placed it on a pedestal and it does other things. And it's like, no, there's the second most powerful thing, and this one's more powerfuler than you could ever powerfuler. That's what they did.
yeah,
This one's more ancienter and even stronger.
Richard wants to use this ring to give Liberal an advantage since Liberal only has like an eighth of the Ambrodian military, and that their like sole technology, their sole advantage is technology, which won't last long. So
Somehow.
his idea of giving this ring is like we're gonna get a leg up because he doesn't want another invasion attempt because he's got trauma.
I just can't, like, it's like your main advantage is technology. You have seen that the technology alone could defend you. Technology brings so many more benefits to society in terms of money, which is its own kind of strength, and defensive capabilities because you're neutral or peaceful. Like, why are you like, let's go to the equivalent of an ancient Amazonian nuke? Like,
Like
there
I
are
mean,
other
like
paths, bruh.
the idea is like he's worried about like other nations getting. It's like the U.S. versus like Russia, kind of like Cold War. It's like the war of like information
Yeah,
type thing, where it's
yeah,
like everybody's like kind of like building up, but like his worry is like, oh, if they match our technology, we're screwed. We're gonna get invaded.
yeah.
We're gonna be part of the Ambrosian Empire, which is like, I
Yeah, and
guess
instead of
I can
investing your
see it.
time and effort into like pursuing a further technological advantage or making use of the technology
Listen,
that's even available underneath your castle, let's just freak the fuck out, lose everything, and then go and fight them on the thing that they're better at us then. Yeah, that's a great idea.
listen. He wants a shortcut.
Listen, he's a moron. And a weeb, and I don't know which is worse.
Like Richard's whole motivation is like he's got some trauma from like the
Yeah.
war,
He wants his
and he
daddy.
feels he wants his dad. He feels very
Yeah.
inferior to the other country, and then Cassius leaving the army kind of like amplified this like negative feelings. Like, oh my god, if the huge face of crisis happens, he's not here because like in his mind is like he's the only reason that we're not part of the Imbrodian Empire now, which
Yeah,
is
the
like
singular man on
this.
his own repelled an entire goddamn empire, all to himself.
And like
Yes, that's how society works, sir. Great person theory be damned. Like this is the only way to think. What about the hundreds of thousands of people who fucking took to the skies? You were with General Hackett during this. None of this? None of this rings a bell. You were leading half of this. Whatever. I get it. Trauma.
thankfully the game points out this pretty
And
obvious
yeah,
thing.
and do they point it pungently? I don't know if we
Yeah.
should tell it yet, but
Oh, it's so great.
fuck Richard.
It just embodies like God, yeah. Like
It's just like shut up.
shut up, old man, old 25-year-old man.
Yeah. Yeah, so he goes on a rant,
And then
touches an orb.
And Estelle counteracts this with a pretty. I like the speech that Estelle kind of gives. How it wasn't like
Yeah.
one sole person responsible for their successes, and then goes in power and friendship and shit, which is
Yeah.
always
The
great.
power of friendship. It's the most I think it's equally dumb. Because it's like, if we just believe hard enough, we'll just zap them with our minds. And it's like, that's not how
Well,
that
I
works
mean,
either,
like,
Estelle.
I mean, in the context that she's talking about, it's earned because like of like how everybody's like worked together
I think it's
and
more along the
stuff.
lines of we have two different like dichotomies. And then I
Yeah.
think later we get a more like balanced viewpoint. Because we don't resolve anything with either of their points. Like he goes on his thing, Estelle goes on her thing, and they both are so opposite. And then none of them concedes points to the other person. They just like, oh, you're both idealists in your own way, just in the opposite way, right? So I think ultimately you could make the expression that like both of them are a little wrong, and the game kind of recognizes it.
And then one last thing before the boss fight. Joshua confronts Richard on how he even got his hands on the gospel thing, and is like, Richard's like, why should you care? And then it's like, oh, you don't know why you're doing this.
Yeah.
And it turns out he's also got his mind or manipulated. It's like, why are you doing it?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, literally, Joshua's just like, I just want to know one thing. Why'd you do this? How'd you get the ornament? And Richard's straight up like, I don't know, man. I just... no you, Uno reverse card. Like, dumb.
And now we get into
fun.
the boss fight, which is
Yeah. One of 30,000.
one of three, which is... I feel like
This is the start of the bad era.
this is the
All
spark.
of these suck.
I'd say the second fight I enjoy.
The second fight's bad. Like, actually, the second fight's good.
Yeah.
The third and the first fight, I remember being
are
the most nonsense.
Yeah, like Richard. For one, there's Richard. He summons robots because I guess they subjugated the robots. I don't know how they have them under control.
How they did anything with that, because so far, fucking Professor Russell has been the inventor of absolutely fucking everything. So unless Russell was down there going like, hee, this is so fun, I'm messing with robots, and just completely oblivious to the whole situation, I doubt they could have gotten it online on their own.
Well, the thing is, this is ancient technology that acts on its own, and it's not really tied to like any like system, because because it's not. I don't think it may be orbital powered, but like not in the way that like the country has constructed orbital stuff.
Yeah, because
like before.
this is like a very digital orbital. The stuff we've seen is very analog orbital.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, but the important thing is those robots do art cancels, which is great, and then like splash missile splash. Every boss now has a fucking attack cancel.
Yeah.
So annoying. So it's like, don't use arts, I guess.
No, you gotta spam arts too. That's the worst part, because it's the best way to heal. So it's just like, okay, use arts 24/7 because sometimes they'll get through. Like the majority of the time they go through. But when you most need them, they won't go through. So now you just are forced to use them as often as possible so that you're never in the situation where you need them. You know what I mean? That's how I viewed it. It's like, oh, Estelle got canceled for healing. Okay, I'm going to spam healing then, because there's no other option here. And now, like, an entire party member's just consumed every fight and is just spending all her time regenning her mana and doing nothing else. And just casting spells. It's dumb. Recommendation for anybody who's doing this fight, spread out your teammates. I was lucky I had Shara. She has a whip. She's very far ranged.
Also,
Taida
Oliver
gets her ass kicked. Oliver's pretty good. This is technically still PsyOps, so unfortunately if you have Taida on your team, she'll be targeted explicitly. Because they hate children. And Estelle and Joshua are kind of forced to be somewhere, but Estelle, as an arts user, can just kind of go really far back. Try and be somewhat close. They're not going to target her too often. My recommendation is like keep everybody paced out by at least like 5 tiles, and then make sure you have enough healing items where you can kind of consume it individually within the same turn. Then you're mostly fine. Just hit them with regular attacks over and over and over and over and over again until you can start spamming your abilities. It takes a million years because he has like, what was it, like 15,000 health or something?
he has a lot of health.
He has way too much health.
Yeah, that's and it's like, why do you have this much health? You're not even the final boss.
8 times. I purposely killed myself 8 times in a row.
I did it like 12.
5.
I did it like 12, and then I rinsed
still
him.
took like a 20-minute fight.
Well, you actually like
too long.
Yeah, you finally went down to like a reasonable level, so it's like now it's like you're getting like a real fight. I just insta killed him after just dying like 12 times.
Yeah,
This is like
because at the start it is straight up like, okay, the fight has started. Bomb, bomb, everybody's dead. He comes in, kills the last person. Okay, restart the fight again. Just over and over again. It's
I,
awful.
I do like his ultimate, his nothing personnel kid, where he
That's
pulls the katana and then sheaves it.
so
Classic.
dumb.
It's classic. It's raw,
Yeah, he's a
actually.
weeb. Yeah, he can be your angle or your devil.
It was so funny seeing him use the katana, like when Lawrence and him were doing the thing. It's like, of course you have a fucking katana.
Fucking nerd.
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 But
Fucking Lawrence and Richard over there.
eventually we beat him, but we're too late. The black orbital energy releases and shakes the whole place to its foundation. And then basically an AI voice comes on and was like,
You done fucked up? Prepare for fucking. Lube up, losers.
oh. The intercoms confirm that the gospel is in its correct placement, and then retracts kind of like almost like the four
towers?
pillar tower things. Like they,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
they
wonder if
were
there
like
are analogs to
styled.
the towers in the
Yeah,
liberal kingdom.
yeah, that's what I figured as well because they look very like similar, and I think had like similar color schemes.
They had like weird circle things on the top, I remember too, and that's what like hit me off. I was like, oh, that's like a portal or something. I don't know. But they don't stand upright. They're on their side, so I don't get that. But it
But
seems like they're related somehow. But yeah, they retract.
yeah, they retract, and then the wall opens up, and then out
Mm-hmm.
comes a big robot, big mecha, the Ring Guardian, and its name is
Steven.
Reverie, which is interesting. I don't know if that has like any connection to Trails Reverie. That'd be interesting. If they
Maybe
keep
he's
that
the silver
lore.
haired man. He's also silver.
Oh my god, I didn't think about that. It could be I I I doubt it's the same dude. Grew out his hair very long. What we're referring to is the box art for Trails into Reverie or from Reverie. I don't know, like, but anyways, I was like, oh, I looked up the word. I forget what it's specifically. It's like
It's just like good
awaken.
vibes, isn't it?
I think
Oh,
it's just like awaken something.
reverie? Or am I
Reverie.
thinking of revelry?
Uh, a state of being pleasantly lost in one's thoughts, a daydream. No, I was wrong.
Or an
Which is
instrumental piece suggesting a dreamy or musing state.
yeah. So like
Ooh, I like
it's
the archaic version. A fanciful or impractical idea or theory.
I feel like that one's the most fitting for like this type
Uh-huh.
of this type of robot.
Uh-huh. He's impractical.
Anyways, I thought that was neat. I was like, I didn't even notice it while playing the game. I like looking through notes. Was like, interesting. I wonder if that has any kind of connection. I doubt it, but you know. And then we fight the thing, and
It
during the
sucks.
fight, I like this. I like this one. This one has like more mechanics than like a lot of other fights in this game. I was like, oh
Yeah,
my
but
god, there's a gimmick.
Stat sticks, and I hate
I mean, there's
stat
still
stick fights.
there's still stack sticks, but at least this one's way more manageable.
Yeah, remember to kill yourself 8 times before you start this fight again, folks.
I didn't. I just killed it. I think I may have died once, but like this part wasn't bad, which was insane to me.
I didn't like the fact that they're like, hey, one of us can only be dealt physical, and one of us can only be felt magical, or whatever. And
I'm
the other
glad
big guy
for
in the
that.
back is like, well, I'd prefer if it was telegraphed somehow, or if like they didn't do so much damage that I didn't have time to figure it out before I was already
Well,
just
you
doomed.
didn't try. To
No,
be
I
fair,
didn't.
you didn't try. in the
No,
fight.
I didn't even give it half a second thought. I was like, I'm
Yeah,
gonna kill
so
myself 8 times. And even then, he made it really easy because it's like 2 or 3 hits from one of these guys, and it's AoE, and then they full heal if you get them low. So it's just fucking like way too much. I just couldn't be bothered.
I'm just glad that like one of these fights had like an interesting. It's the most basic mechanic, but at least like one can only take physical, one can only take magical. At least it's like, oh my god, I. It's not like I'm spamming the attack button. I actually have to like sort of think about it a little bit. It's like how I would like speaking previous time of like I would love like you being able to move and also attack as like a part of like more mechanical depth instead of just being kind of like locked in and then go into like that whole auto battle mentality.
Sure.
Uh yeah, they do AoE attacks. The big robot eventually does like a big laser. So oh they
He's
yeah
pretty
that
cool.
yeah
I'd like to just
actually
fight the big robot. The big robot's neat, but like the 2 little guys are annoying because it's just like get them out of the way, and then it's like big spinny attack, cool. Giant laser, awesome. Always love to see a giant
honestly
laser on a big
thinking
boy.
about it, this is the first time in the game where it made me like, oh, I need to move. This is like the
Yeah,
first that honestly, I think this is the best fight in the game more than I'm thinking about it. Of like it actually gives mechanics. Like you have to think about it, think about positioning, because they do like big like AoE things. Sometimes I usually just tank those, but yeah, like you have to move out of the laser. You have to like okay, you have to do like a physical attack for this one or like something else. I was like
yeah. You have to give it a kiss,
have
and
to
then you
move
can
out of the way
forgive
of
it.
the laser. Maybe have like this character position. And it's like I wish there's more fights like this
Hmm.
in the game where you use like more of the mechanics like that, but also less, big stick.
Yeah, honestly, like they could make it way more of a like a tactical RPG. Which is funny because like the way that they've set it up, it's almost designed to be a tactical
Yeah, it
RPG, but it's
feels.
not.
That's what I thought. That, like when I saw a screenshot of this, if I thought, oh, it's like a tactics game because there's like a grid,
Yeah,
you know?
it's like, but there's no terrain. There's no like range combat isn't really like built as ranged. It's just far melee, which sounds dumb, but like it's annoying. It is what it is. Uh, the abilities, like even stuff like moving. If it's not a tactics RPG, why does moving consume it? Like, why does moving consume your entire turn?
I mean,
Like, they
like
must have
the
had
game is
something that they
about
were planning
positioning.
for
Like
that.
I
They
do,
just didn't
like
do it.
the one unique thing about Trails combat is like positioning. Like you attack someone, they get out of position. So it's like if you have
Yeah,
like
but position doesn't matter. Like, there's no
well, it.
morale bonus or whatever for
I mean,
encircling.
it
If
it
you stand
matters.
next to somebody and they run away, they just run away. There's no like counterattack or whatever. It's nothing like that. There's no tactics with regards to positioning beyond like the only tactic I ever
Like
use that
moving
involved
out of the
positioning
way.
is like taunt and then run.
I'm more speaking like of like certain like circles that like okay, I'm going to predict the enemy movement and then hope that
Oh
they
yeah,
go towards this thing because like most of the
yeah.
arts is like you center around like one thing and like they can't escape, but like certain attacks is like you place down the circle and then that's where the attack will be. So it's like
Yeah,
that's
I get
interesting,
that,
but like
but they still didn't do it very well.
it's still not like a lot. At
Yeah,
least it's
like it would
something.
have been nice if the AI at least reacted to your spells. Like if they made
I
it
mean,
where
they
it's
do
like
react to like the lightning spells, which is annoying because then it's
yeah,
like it's kind of the lightning spells are kind of like useless.
yeah. But if they added like terrain, I think it would be really good. Like if a character had to like walk through rivers or whatever, and you placed a spell, and it's like it reduced their movement, so it's like there's a trade off, that kind of thing. That'd be cool. And then movement would matter. And maybe if they
Hmm.
made it so that you could choose where you were moving to before you attacked, that would also be nice. Or if they
Yeah,
give you like a pool of AP to use instead of just being like, it's somewhere, I guess. You know, arbitrary time limit that you can't really guess for. But like so much of the game isn't built around tactical combat. It's built around just kind of like throw shit at the wall and hope that it works in the way that you want it to. So it just
Mm-hmm.
becomes stat sticks, which sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So this combat was like good because it's like, well, what's the only time that you can really like fix that? Well, it's when you're given an arena against one thing that's so slow you can possibly kill things unless you did everything at once. But you also can't do that, or else you'll kill the entire party members. Now that doesn't stop them from doing that in the next fight, but for this fight, they decided to be reasonable.
Yeah, and then once what's it? And once we defeat it, it transforms into an even bigger monster, and then uses like
Yeah,
the little like floaty kind of like things to the
like
side as
beavers.
like big arms, which like conceptually that's pretty cool. And then we basically fight the final boss, which is just like big big dude, just big
It's a mecha
damage.
with the very classical anime space
Oh yeah,
boss battle
space
background.
background. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't. It doesn't even make sense in here. It's just kind of like
It's
I
like,
don't
oh,
know
we're in the middle of a
aesthetically.
cave. Oh, look, it's space. And he's like flying, and it's like, where are we? This is all just a drug trip. It was GLaDOS releasing the neurotoxin.
I'd say he does some like cool moves. Like I really like the his ultimate animation. Not that he can instantly kill a party member, but like I think it's pretty. The animation's pretty cool. I think the robot itself is pretty cool, but I think everything around the robot just sucks. He
Yeah,
spawns
I
like
like
little
how my
guys.
very first move, he did an AoE attack, wiped out my entire party except for one, and then proceeded to
Oh
flick
yeah,
the other one politely and just kill
I
it.
hate that this game it just like it randomly decides if the boss goes first or not. It can't decide if it does or not.
Yeah. And then
I
they
get it
just
for
win
random
when they
encounters,
do.
but
It's like, I
like
can't.
but for boss fights you need something because like if they use their like big move because like well, I guess you can go into your party and then mess around with the tactics of like where your party members are positioned, but like so they're not like all together, I
Yeah,
guess.
but nobody's gonna do
But
that.
like you can't even like
It's
do
hidden in
that in
like three
between
menus.
fights. Yeah, like whatever your party comp is at the start of this big gauntlet, it's the thing. And if you somehow like quit out of the game, it's like, well, do it again.
Restart. Yeah, you don't even get a chance to save. Like,
Yeah, I was really worried watching Alex. I was like, oh my god, if he accidentally S4s this, he's gonna have to do this whole hour long boss fight again.
but I didn't because I'm a badass. A badass who died 8 times to try and kill this mech.
Yeah. He spawns like little dudes that like
They're cool
upon killing them explode, which
because
is
of course they do.
I
I
hate
like how
those
they're like
enemies.
pathetically weak spells.
Well, they're
It's
not
like
pathetically
light up
weak.
Saber, and it's just boink, like 30 damage.
Well, it's only 30 damage because he died a lot. Those things can like
I
down you
did
in
like
an
100
instant.
when I started.
Well, you died at the beginning and then started.
Oh, you're saying if he didn't one shot me, I may have had a chance to see them do something.
Yes.
Cool, thanks.
I know it's totally your fault for staying out of your control.
Thanks, Ed.
We finally beat it. Wahoo.
Ooh, kind of.
Kind of.
This boss is the epitome of wait, there's more.
Yeah.
And I love what happens next.
Yeah. I think they go on like a conversation, like briefly. It's like, this robot was designed to protect the ring. And it's like, are, are you dumb? Yes. Why are we stating the obvious here? What? But it's still, but like, even though we defeated it, it still gets back up and it's like, we're all down for count. It's like, oh my God. And then Richard, in like the most like weird thing, just kind of like does like a self-sacrifice almost, and it's like, get out of here. My plan failed, but you could get out. It's like,
And it's great too, because nobody listens to him and we
yeah,
just watch him.
yeah. I always, it's so funny because this like whole self-sacrifice play just doesn't work.
He's just like, get out of here, I'll save you. And we're like, why would we do that? And he's like, just get out of here. And we're like, no, we should help you. And he's like, don't do that. And we're just kind of sitting there like, oh, okay, well, I mean, he's like grabbed in the air, getting shooken around by a robot, and we're still like, maybe we can help, but we're not leaving. We're just gonna watch.
And then like they act like they care, and it's like, do you really? And it's like it's always kind of like this thing of like a JoJo's where it's like, oh, we defeated the villain, now they're our friend.
Yeah.
Which, like, you know, in like a JoJo sense, in like JoJo context, I'm fine with that. That's like the whole vibe of this. But like with this, it's like more grounded.
Yeah. But then, while he's being grabbed, right?
Sorry, the garage door.
Oh, I see.
Okay, but yeah. And then Richard, his blade, his
yeah,
animation
he deflects like the robot hand with a sword.
I don't know how. It's very the animation's very funny because he just does like a little hop and then chi chi chi.
Yeah, and the robot's like, "Oh no!"
But then it's like it eventually gives because you know it's a metal object trying to strike another metal object. So yeah, it breaks.
Yeah.
And then Richard gets clutched by the robot, and then when all
still sitting there.
Yeah, and while all hope seems lost, who else but Cassius comes out of nowhere,
RKO,
knocks Richard out of the palm, and then it's like, come on guys, let's finish it off.
Yeah.
And then this is like the final like victory lap thing of like
everybody gets their supercharged up at like 200%.
That I always like that when it's like using like our charge, we're really up there because like describe it as like emotional state. So it's like that's cool. But if you don't
it's even better when my team isn't strong enough to kill them.
Yeah, it took you
using
like
all the
turns.
ultimate abilities.
I think it only did it once for me, and then it was like, okay, you're good.
But for me, I did the whole like thing, and he still has like a third of his health left, and he's
Like-
just like, it's like pitying me.
Like I was expecting it was like, oh, it's gonna do a delay thing, so it's like, oh, it might do a big attack next turn. So, and I was like, okay, good. You get the relief. But when it happens like that to you, it's like it just gets funny. There's like no tension. It's like, come on, man.
It's like, just die. Yeah. And it does eventually.
It does, and it blows up or whatever. It
I think it just falls over.
It just falls apart.
He's just all cry.
And then Estelle and Joshua are like, "What are you doing here?"
My dad. It's like the robot.
It's like, "What are you doing here?" And it's like, "I'm here now." I don't remember the reason why he's here now. I think he was like,
I think he was just like, I discovered that it was a ploy, and I came back to the castle to report my findings, and what did I find but this shenaniganery going on? And so I ran in here like a madman, crashed through, and fucking wreck shit. Or something. Mm-hmm. And Richard's like, no, you were the chosen one!
well,
you were supposed to save the military, not destroy it!
But before we get with a little Richard on Cassie's action,
yeah, and the action.
the action. Depending on the party member you chose here, they'll have a little dialogue with Cassius, which is fun. A Gates one is very funny. It's like, why are you back now? It's like, I'm glad you did you did the job. It's like, whatever.
Yeah, that's agate.
And that's Agate. I remember him as like, how's my favorite disappointment doing, or something along those lines.
Wait, really?
I don't remember like the specific term, but it was like, how's my favorite miscreant doing, or something like that.
Oh, that's kind of awesome.
And that's
Hi,
funny.
useless dumb idiot. How are you?
The Olivier one is weird because it's like the whole reason he's in the country is for Cassius, and then he just kind of like does like a casual conversation, like it's no big deal.
Yeah.
And like then the rest of the squad comes back up and is like, oh hey, we're here now. Basically every other party member besides like Russell's like a mindless NPC have like no reaction to Cassius.
Yeah.
But we finally get into the Richard Cope.
Yeah. And everybody's here to see this little bitch get his comeuppance.
Richard wakes up and Cope's, why did you leave us? I had to do this because you left.
Yeah. It's like, I didn't want to do this, Daddy, but you left us. You left the military. We had no choice.
And then the most satisfying punch in a video game happens where he just
Oh, no, he slaps that motherfucker.
No, he doesn't slap. No, Cassius punches him like 10
I like
feet.
to imagine he slaps him so hard he fucking leaps in the air and spins around a bit before landing on the ground with a crunch. Like, a bitch slap, I think, is hardy for that boy. A punch is fine enough, I guess, but
Yeah,
he gets pummeled.
yeah, he's like, you were so dumb. He just wanted to retire, and then it's like, I want to retire and leave my position to you. I was like, yeah, that's pretty much it.
I mean, he has a pretty balanced take on the whole thing, because Richard also brings up the whole, like, you know, I had to do this the same as he went to Estelle. And he basically, like, parrots half of what Estelle says, and also says, like, well, the military, like, was more necessary at the time, and I figure you can lead it perfectly fine. So it's like, it's kind of a mix. It's like, well, the military is strong in your hands, but also we've got the power of friendship in case it's not enough, you know? So it's like, I can take a load off. And also, I'm still here. Like, doesn't he say something along the lines of, I'm still here, I'd defend anyway, or something like that, and he just wanted retirement, just leave for now? And then at the end, it doesn't matter anyway, right?
Well, I mean, like, you'd still probably be a bracer after this whole situation, or not after this situation, if the situation ever, like, arrived.
Yeah, that's what I mean, is like, if war ever happened, do you think Cassius would be sitting there like, I am the wise old sage on the mountain, I am not going to do anything? No, he'd probably rejoin the military. Like, it's not like he fucking is dead.
Well, I think Richard's like, oh, he's now part of this organization, so he's not going to leave this to, like, help in, like, emergency crisis, because maybe, like, can bracers participate in war?
One thing is for
Because,
sure,
like,
that bracers cannot engage in anything political whatsoever. Joshua has made that expediently clear. And so has the Queen.
I guess that's like the I guess that was like the fear with Richard is like he can't do anything. He has his hands tied. I gotta do this.
Yeah. Dumb.
And suddenly a 1 week time skip.
Woo.
Which was very sudden.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, it's the Queen's birthday. Finally. Everybody's celebrating. Wahoo, streamers and whatnot. And
now the kingdom is unfortunately required to have a woman in power for another time. I hope the Duke isn't like rotting in jail somewhere. Do we ever get anything from him?
I mean, I feel like technically the Duke didn't do anything wrong besides being a horrible person. He didn't do anything
And being
illegal.
terribly sexist, yeah. Well, he was part of the whole coup.
He wasn't. He no. He was more. He was a puppet for it.
Yeah, but he was an active puppet. Like, he knew what he was doing.
I do you think he knows what anything is going on? Do you think this man has any
Well,
intellect whatsoever?
well, well, maybe not. Sorry, Drunkle. I doubted you.
We find all the bracers at the Bracers Guild celebrating Estelle and Joshua for their new promotion to being full-fledged bracers. Hey, it looks like it happened this game. But hey, that's pretty great. And depending on the rank that you get, Cassius will either be like, "You did a great job," or it's like, "Man, you could have done a little bit more."
He. I did very well.
Yeah, you got rank 1. I got rank 4, I think.
I
At the
got
end.
A rank. Yeah.
Well, it's numbered rank for the thing. I got rank 4.
I got 1. Dad was very proud of me.
This day also marks the retirement of Cassius from being a bracer and going back to the
Yep.
military to fix it.
Yeah. I mean, the man really never left the military. Really. Like, he traded the Bracer Guild as though he had 1,000,000 delegates. He was still a general, just a general in different clothing.
Yeah, like just more on like a small scale thing until it became bigger scale after that letter.
Yeah.
And then after kind of like a little ceremony, Cassius does a little walk and talk with Stella and Joshua. Kind of recaps of the current situation. Richard is in custody. Amelia is in the ruins somewhere. How? What? How have they not got her? She was unconscious. Now she's like living in the wild in the ruins.
She's a
What?
wild woman now, Brandon. She'll come up to us next time, like, dressed as the Borg Queen. Like, she'll be...
And then the Sky Pirates ran off in the chaos because I guess they were still in the city. I thought they got escorted somewhere else.
He really is just doing, like, the final epilogue or whatever for a movie.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
And then Cassius, I don't know if it got the information or like it's just no, got the information that how Richard got the black ornament, black orb, the gospel was from Lawrence, and once he got the black gospel, that was kind of like the point when the idea of a coup started happening. So memory shenanigans once again.
Ooh.
The whole reason behind all this essentially.
Yep.
So I guess this comes into question: what was this the mayor's plan all along, or was like for like the whole like development stuff? Was he like in debt beforehand, and then went like the memory hole made him like just burn down an orphanage?
Man, I hate when the memory hole makes me burn down an orphanage. Too true and real. I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's
I don't know. Like, everybody else, like, maybe, like, fucking whatever Magic Man is, like, snipping away at people's wires or whatever. Everybody else is, like, something reasonable. Like, Richard, the ultimate power, you know?
it's like enhancing their
fucking-
desires, I guess. Yeah, like
Yeah.
like
But
like
I
was
don't know
saying
what the
before.
hell compels a man to burn down an orphanage.
Maybe
like
it
that.
was the fucking
But not even that, like,
secondhand
what
man that
gain does the Magic Man have from a burned down orphanage in real estate that he doesn't own? You know? Or she. I don't know.
well, like the whole
they.
plan was like to get like the Duke a vacation home here. So like I don't I don't know, man.
It's like some of this, sure. The other bits are just like, that went out of control, and you know it, Mr. Magic Man or girl.
And now Cassie's got to do stuff. And it's like, okay,
Yeah.
go have fun. It's like,
See you again
cool.
in the next year.
See ya.
Yeah.
And now this is the last playable section of the game. You can go around
Mm-hmm.
to other people, catch up with stuff.
You can talk
Except,
to Kurt. Aren't you excited?
well, you can talk to
And
everybody.
Grant.
You can talk to everybody except Olivier, which deepened, like, saddened me because I talked to everybody, but it's like, nope, not
Dude,
him.
who cares? You can talk to Grant.
Man,
Be hyped.
I love Grant.
My favorite character. Grant from Trails in the Sky, first chapter.
You know what? Second or third game's gonna prove you wrong.
You think?
I don't know, man. Anything can.
We're rooting for Grant from Trails in the Sky, first chapter.
Grant, he's my main MC.
Grant, he's the man.
If no one can do it, he sure can't. Or Grant.
Grant.
Grant. I got so many
Grant.
cramps. Grants.
Got some crayons.
Anyways, it'll all end
Favorite
once you go to the Plaza Square, where we saw Estelle and Joshua doing the little promise at night. Yeah, we gotta get into. I mean, we can still hold it off till like the very, very last one. Estelle tries to confess, but gets embarrassed and then is like, "I'm gonna go get ice cream." It's like,
yeah, and it takes her a whole ass day.
yeah, like
It's
the
like
time, the
early
timing
afternoon when she
between
leaves.
the time. Well, yeah, but then like there's something that suggests that like it's only now becoming sunset, but then like Joshua says like, "Oh, it's getting late now," and it's like, what's going on here? Sense of time is weird. But it doesn't matter.
And
It's
my
just funny.
headcanon is Estelle gets so flustered about asking out Joshua that she buggered off for a whole ass day.
She does mention like the lines were like crazy, but like,
Yeah.
come on, it's not like Disneyland. I mean, I guess maybe Disneyland.
It could be Disneyland. There's a castle.
I mean, it is like the festival, so like, it could be a
Yeah.
long line.
I'm not sure, however, there are enough citizens in Liberal to match a line as long as a Disney castle line.
So it's equivalent, it's like equivalent to the country.
Yeah, if everybody in the entirety of the Kingdom of Liberal lined up for ice cream, then maybe.
Then maybe.
Yeah.
Joshua was like,
Yeah, while she's out.
okay, and then he waits, and then it's like, oh, for Professor Alba comes up, and then just kind of like, start speaking to him in fucking rhymes and glyphs. I was like, what's going on, man?
And then he looks at the player.
Yeah, he gets like a slight new sprite of like the like eye glint. It's like the eye glint, and then it's like Joshua's like, I've never liked your vibe before,
Yeah.
and then he's like, you've been conveniently been around every time someone's memories have been tampered with, and it turns out those instincts were correct,
Yeah.
and this was by design, and then this is
Joshua
the most.
was a fucking like sleeper agent
We'll get to
this
that.
entire game.
So, the most batshit reveal happens, where Alba says, yes, he's the one behind the memory shenanigans. His real name is Wiseman, his real name is Wiseman the Faceless, the Seven Snake Apostle. And he's been manipulating Joshua's memories ever since he came to the Bright household. And the sprite reveal of like the front facing thing of like the Chad like expression of like is like, I was losing my mind. I was like, what's going on? This is so great and dumb. I love it.
It was like full Undertale levels of just like the amount of pictures we got of these characters as they were going through this fucking scene.
Oh my god, there's so many good things. My favorite one is Joshua's new one where he looks so distraught. It was like,
It's like a weird angle for his face.
Yeah, it just seems so off model. It's like, oh, what? I dropped my chicken nuggets.
Still, I dropped my nuggies.
What I'm gonna do?
All around me are familiar faces. Oh, yeah.
And then he goes on. He says that Joshua is his puppet, and then he's the Black Fane enforcer number 13 of his organization. And it was that was him that gave him a purpose for living. And no surprise, Lawrence is also part of this organization. So,
Of course.
because Wiseman like kept some memory of like, you remember this person. You don't know why, but you remember this person. I guess just to fuck with him. I don't know.
Yeah,
Wiseman.
maybe his magic is terrible, and he's just like it's like Stitches levels of junk, where it's like a bandage about to be ripped off. Like he's just like, yeah, I can cover a memory, I can't get rid of it. Because Kurt has the same kind of like pseudo amnesia.
Yeah, but like this one's like a 5-year long plan almost.
Yeah, but he also never encountered Lawrence until then, right?
But
At least in theory.
Wiseman's whole plan this entire game was to destroy the gate which blocked the ring. That was like, he wants the ring for, I guess, ultimate destruction, or don't know, like,
Something.
something over there. And then he wants Joshua to return back to the organization to learn more about their plan. Back to the Grand Master Society of Souls. Back to Ouroboros. Which is like, what a pretentious name for your society. The Grand Master Society of Souls.
Yeah. Of Ouroboros too. It's like the snake that eats itself. Infinity.
Infinity. He leaves and then leaves Joshua kind of in a state
Yeah.
of sorts.
He basically just like internally decides, I'm not good enough for any of these people. I'm a disgusting, hopeless loser who brings more harm than good. I don't deserve to be around Estelle or Cassius or any of these great, amazing people. I am just the evil of this world.
I'm
And Estelle
mad
comes
that
back.
I'm mad you got so close on the head to this plot reveal again.
For what, sorry?
Joshua. You're basically right, but it's very, I'm mad that you're right, but like also congratulations.
Because
Congratulations.
Shadow the Hedgehog? Yeah.
It is,
I crafted you. I created you.
even though that's not actually what happens, and
No, but
he's been
so
being
close.
It's so close that I was like, I was losing my mind. I was like, oh my god.
I got Chloe. I got almost Joshua. I'm telling you, man. Sieg is the bad guy. Or Sieg is the good guy. He's a silver-haired good guy. He's next.
I put. I'm still gonna be a pessimist. No, I don't believe it. The world may be
How else
against
would
me.
the bird talk? You never see them in the same room together, Brandon. Yeah, then Estelle comes back. She's like, hey!
Well, first she runs into
Oh, yeah.
Alba, this is why I got confused. Is like, it's now sunset, and like, quote unquote, Alba is leaving the scene. And he congratulates her on her new bracer status. And then it's like, oh, thanks. And then as she leaves, goes back to Wiseman persona. She'll be fun. And I was like, okay, whatever that means.
Yeah. Okay, loser.
Fun to break. I don't know. And then Estelle come back to Joshua, who is unreasonably calm about everything. I was like, oh, hey, took you a while for ice cream. It's like, yeah, confections can wait for later. And it's late. Let's go back to the castle. And it's like, is it late? It's sunset.
I can't tell. I don't know, Brandon. This world's wacky. They could blink and it's midday again.
Time is weird. It's this whole journey has been like 3 months.
Yeah. God, could you imagine going from I killed a rat on a family farm to I solved a fucking coup and a governmental conspiracy?
It's the typical RPG protagonist level curve.
Yeah, jeez.
Fight rats in this one dungeon. Now kill God. Later, back at the castle of where they're staying, realizes something was up with Joshua. He was acting a little, well, he was a little lost in the sauce. And Cher's like, you know what? Just confess already. Just do it. Just pull off the Band-Aid.
Yeah,
Let's get this
Cher's
over
like
with.
they're in like their little room in the castle, and Estelle's like pacing back and forth, like, I don't know, I think something's wrong with him. And Cher's just like, oh, I know what's happening here. I'm gonna tease you more.
Mm-hmm.
So she just like everything Estelle's like, no, but seriously, something's like really wrong. Cher's like, no, girl, you just need to like get in there and put some oomph in your walk. And Estelle's like, okay, maybe later, but no, seriously, like something's wrong. And Cher's like, girl, only thing wrong is your confidence. And Estelle's like, I'm gonna go check up on him because I don't think he's okay. And she's like, gotcha, and confess? And she's like, no, not right now. It's silly.
She hears the harmonica playing and is like, oh, looks like Joshua's playing stuff. So she goes up to the balcony, and it's who other but the Josh man himself. And Alex, we finally got his D&D backstory. Let's go.
He tried to kill your dad.
Honestly, I really like that song. That's probably my favorite song in this game.
Yeah.
Like
And it's a good song for realizing that your incestuous brother murdered or attempted to murder your father.
Mm-hmm.
I love the pictures that they show too, because it's like, it's Estelle having fun, and in the background's Joshua. It's really funny.
I think that's at the end credits.
Oh, either way, it's hilarious, and
Yeah.
I'm okay with bringing it up now.
Yeah.
Do you want to explain like the general story of Joshua's shenanigans?
Yeah. One day, Emperor Palpatine returned.
There was a boy. He tells it in like a monologue of like, I'm going to tell you a story about a boy.
Mm-hmm.
So dumb.
It tells the story of a timid boy of not many friends or something like that. But one day, something happened that broke his heart, and he couldn't speak, eat, or feel. All he could do was play the harmonica. He probably drank some water, bro, but you know.
No, harmonica and sad. Those are the only two states.
His caretaker tried to help him, but nothing helped. And then one day, a wandering magician appeared and said that his heart, that he can heal his heart.
No, he can fix his heart, right?
Heal his heart, fix his heart. Same thing.
There's a different intuition. Like, heal his heart as he wants to save something. Fix his heart as he wants to manipulate or change something to work, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they just kind of give him to the magician, which is kind of like, okay, I guess basically he adopted Joshua.
Yep. That's what I thought too.
In this instance, because it's like, there's no way that it's like, the way that he states it, like, I went with him, is like, it has to be adoption. Because it'd be weird if like if it was just like some of his family members, like, okay, yeah, you can take your kid to fix him, and then we never see him ever again.
Yeah, like, this is post-industrial liberal. Child slavery is no longer a thing.
And then the that magician basically uses that broken heart and turns it him into a murderer. For
A
for two
child assassin.
for 2 years, the boy killed every single day. Sometimes slitting necks, political assassinations, which is wild, and then like just explosions, like fucking pipe bombs. It's just like
Yeah.
wild. And then one day, the magician gave him a request to kill Cassius Bright, and he failed. And then Cassius felt pity for the boy and took him home and gave him a home. And Joshua kind of conflates all these past 5 years to like being a dream. And it was a lovely dream, but now he's got to wake up from this dream.
Yeah, he's got to wake up, samurai.
Wake up, samurai. Welcome to the city. Estelle gets heated. It's like, no.
You're
What-
not allowed to leave. I love you. And he's like, mm.
Joshua goes in for an embrace, and then
They totally lock lips, and he slips
a sedative.
a sedative. Which, like, I just want to point out, this whole game we've been making fun of the fact that Joshua apparently can't fucking get a hint from women. Again, earlier in the thing, you disagreed with me again, Brandon. I didn't bring this up with you before, but I'm doing it now. I said, Joshua has a
Listen,
thing for
I had
Estelle. He's
hope-
rejected all these women.
I had
He's
hope.
waiting for Estelle.
I had hope, man. I've
He knew this entire time, and he used it to put a sedative in her mouth. What the fuck?
listen, man. I've really had hope. They like the way that like earlier story conversations, like maybe they'll do something interesting with this. No,
Well, it was interesting, all right.
is yeah.
You know, weirdly,
Also, a
like,
new
rapey
Joshua-
kind of way.
Also, another new Joshua portrait reveal, which is like he looks
Like
stoned.
staring at the camera.
It does like give away of like him feeling like looks like he's like in like a dream state almost. Like he's kind of like in like a weird state of mind. Because like he doesn't look normal. He's like
No.
trying to feign normalcy, but it's like no. And then he says goodbye. And then roll credits.
Oh, but of course, we do have about 2 minutes of Estelle gasping for air and slowly losing consciousness as Joshua fucking is like, I'm sorry. I wish it didn't have to be this way. Rachel, I mean Estelle. I'm a lone soldier. So dumb. And then
Yeah.
the credits end, and we see Estelle in her room
Kind of like
in the post-credit scene. She's not mourning because she does the exact same thing she did when Cassius left. She just kind of packs up and goes off.
yeah, kind of like looks over like stuff, like past memorabilia, and then is like, okay, gonna pack up, and it's implied, and then confirms like she's gonna go and find that boy and get him back home.
Yeah. Because the drugs weren't a good enough sign. Maybe it's not worth it. I'd say the red flags are strong with this one, but you know, when you're wearing rose-colored glasses, all the red flags just look like flags.
Before we get into the whole romance talk, we get a sequel tease. Whoa, we get like some, quote unquote impressive like 3D animation of the time of like a ship going in and out of clouds, which is fun. It's like some fun shots. Also like it's like what's going on here? Then they also show like a bunch of like tanks and it's like a war's on the way or something like that, or like bigger conflict.
Yeah, it's bigger conflict ahead. Look out for the new game. It's like an advertisement basically for the next one.
Yeah, and then I was so confused by the design documents, but like now learning that this game was split in two is like, okay, that makes
Yeah. They
that makes
basically
sense.
did like
They
a
were,
Patreon style thing where they're like, we couldn't finish the first game, so here's assets for the second game to like
or
get you
here's
guys
not
hyped
even
enough for the
as
second game
not even
that you'll buy
like
it.
concept art.
Yeah,
It's very
it's
like anime,
it,
like almost
it's like
like
early
a
Patreon
if it reminds
or
me a lot of
Kickstarter.
like fucking like the Ava TV show where they had like a bunch of like next time, and then one of like the next times was like, we're still working on it, here's the storyboards. Because like they had like no time.
Yeah,
I was like, okay, this makes a lot more sense. It's like neat, but also like a lot of things started like clicking in my head. It's like, oh, this game was rushed. Oh, that makes
you
a
can
lot of
tell it in the
sense.
final chapter, Brandon. Like you can really tell.
Yeah. Hey, we're done the game. We don't need to
Yeah,
talk about any weird stuff.
no, no incest. Um, no sexual assault. Um,
Yeah.
we'll talk to you guys next time. Bye.
Do 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 do. Uh, I
Okay, let's unpack this.
yeah.
Uh, so it happened, and we're
It
very
did.
disappointed.
Disappointed, but
There's many things to say, not the least of which is this was expected. It's
mhm.
Japanabama, like you can't escape it. Um, I think one of the questions that might be interesting is on a scale of 1 to 10, is this really actually that bad as far as incest plots go?
No, it's just more like I think it's just the way it's framed. It's weird because they
Hmm.
really
Like you grew up together. Like,
like it would. I feel like the context of all this would be a lot better if it's like he's just like someone who lives with us and like we kind of like take care
yeah.
of him.
Like if they didn't have him take their last name and like he's part of the family, you know?
Yeah,
And
then
like the
everything
argument
makes
early on, it was literally like, "Oh, he's so cute. You should get with him." And she's like, "He is literally my brother. That would be weird." It's like if they didn't start with that conversation, they're like,
it
"Oh yeah,
it
maybe,"
would
or
just
something like that.
because
It'd be
it's your
fine.
because it's your standard romance plot. It's like everything's like very like yeah, it's a fine romance plot. It's just like the context of like that. It's like the whole like orphan like situation, which it's different than
Yeah.
like the parents getting married with each other thing. So like there's like a layer of separation where it's like I guess it's kind of fine but weird, but
Yeah,
like
and
also
like some people have like weird boundaries for these things too. Like I've had people tell me that like, "Oh, well, as long as it's not blood, that's the boundary that matters. Is nothing else really matters." And to me that's a little far gone, but
mhm.
like
I don't like that argument.
neither do I.
But
It
the
feels
I feel
weird to
like
me.
the orphan type thing, like if you're part of like an orphanage, because there's a game that like does a very similar thing where like they're both like orphans, part of like this orphan house, but like it's very like tight knit orphan house with only like a few people. So it's like
Well, just
it's
liken
that
it to like
like
Joker and Futaba. That's another one, right? Like people engage in relations with Futaba in Persona.
and it's like
It's the
everybody
same thing. Like Joker is like quote unquote adopted
yeah, but
by
like it's
Coffee
not like
Dad.
explicitly like Joshua. It's always like it's like a weird thing, but it's like fine. That one's like for
It's
me
even
that
worse
one's
though because Coffee Dad's like don't.
yeah, but like that one's more like he's not Joker's not really adopted. He's just kind
Mm.
of like staying here, but it's weird because like you get like a almost like a father son bond with Sojiro, so it gets like a little weird, but like it's that's like fine. That's like you can like do like more like I guess interesting dynamics with that, but with
Hmm.
just like full on
Like doggy
I
style.
treat you my brother, and it's like,
Yeah, that's just weird.
yeah,
And I guess they kind of wore it down over time.
yeah,
Um, so it was like, after a point, the only thing that was really separating it was the name.
mm-hmm. And like
And
at
it's
this
like,
point,
okay,
and like at
but they
this
like
point,
slept in the same room with each other as like siblings, and that's just weird.
yeah, but like at this point, the devs are basically telling me this is what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
This is the thing that's going on. Like I'm more like just gonna treat this from like a romance at this point.
Yeah. At least they save on paper, right, when they get married.
Hmm.
Because they don't have to change last name.
Uh,
Sweet home Japan, Alabama. I
it's
I think the worst part about all of this though is like they ended it off with I am literally drugging you, which is such a big no-no. Like that's such a big no-no. But I just can't get over it. Like the premeditated nature of it, where it's like I know she'll confess to me. So therefore I will slip a sedative in my mouth so that I can kiss her because I know she'll want it. And I do it to shut her up effectively, which is also its own like problem. And then I drug her as a result of that. That is so many different like levels of trust broken all in one go that he goes from like, hey, he's a kind of an annoying character that's at times a self-insert for the author to uh, this guy's a psychopath and a sexist and a sexual abuser and he should be in jail. So it's like even ignoring the whole incest thing, it still feels wrong, and I don't like him anymore as a character. I beforehand I was iffy on him, but now I straight up don't like Joshua. He is a gross character to me. They have to fucking wildly improve that, and I know that's the point. Like if I
so,
hate a character who wants to be hated, that's a good sign for writing. But the way that they did it feels cheap and gross.
and for me, it's not that bad for me. Even though like the context of it is weird. Like Joshua's still like it's fine. He's going through some shit. it's going. He's going back to like his old like mischief mischief ways.
It's like
The whole
survival, I
line of
guess, in
like
his head,
him
right?
killing everybody every day is a little like I you're going a little too hard on this concept. You're going a little like didn't have to say every single day I killed. It's like come on, man. Could
Mm.
just said I was assassin. I did instead of like the quantity, it's the quality that matters. I guess in that situation.
He needed to more viscerally talk about individual deaths. There was this one man. I call him Steven. I slit his throat, gutted him like a fish. Stell's like, whoa, okay.
I guess one other important thing is like the context of like Estelle's known this one specific person for like this so long, and then it's like this like one like turning point. And Estelle's very more like optimistic character and naive. So she kind of like I I've really the second game is going to go into like her headspace. It'd be interesting to like explore like her headspace of like the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. We don't want to get too far into predictions, because that's next time.
Well, no, it could be this time.
Well, no, because I am out of time. And it's a pretty natural conclusion here coming up, so.
I guess yeah. I kind of wanted to start being able to play the game, second game now. Now that we're
Nope.
done. Like
Nope.
I mean
Like, it's already 30 minutes past what I was originally, like, planning here.
which is fair. I don't know if like yeah. Yeah, sure.
Well, like, what are the next big things that we can talk about that are like not gonna just effectively be something that we could end up talking about the next time?
Oh, I guess one thing we didn't
Hmm.
get into is whole Wiseman's power.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay.
Oh my god, I totally forgot. We kind of skipped past his whole. He can just rewrite people's memories like that.
Yeah, and like he has this like weird Pavlovian style conditioning kind of deal. Because like Joshua's a sleeper agent, like for real, for real. So
Hmm.
what does he just say like a keyword and Joshua's like, "Yes, master. Cassius is the weakest ever he's ever been right now." Like, uh, but also like he's not very good at his job, is he?
I mean, he got what he wanted in the end.
True, but also this kid he supposedly mind controlled to forget everything still looked at a safe that was open, put together that it must have been using like
Oh
super
my god!
esoteric techniques,
Oh my god!
then
We forgot the
closed
most
the safe
important.
and realized that it was there the
Wait,
exact same way he thought.
I almost we completely almost missed this. There's literally this is the thing that I lost my mind at. Can't believe I did mention this. He literally gave Joshua the ability of like perceive anything and know anything at any time. So literally all of his explanation of like, oh, I know this, oh, I know this, was literally like in game. They
Yeah.
explained it in game, which is like so wild to me because we made so many bits about it. And I was like, oh my god, I can't tell if this is dumb or genius.
Oh, it's dumb.
I think it's both. It's great.
I don't really like the whole way that they treated Joshua, to be honest. Uh, I hate this character.
That's fair. I find him fine.
You, I've never liked like the style of character of.
Oh, I love this type of style of character. It's just Joshua doesn't really do much for me. It's just kind of like still like the milk toast like edge.
Yeah, and I hate the whole fucking edgelord for one. For two,
I
I always hate the know-it-all, and for three, I hate the one who's supposed to like stand as like the hero of the whammon, and fucking he hits all three of them, and is also a weirdly like sexual abuser kind of guy. It's like there's so many negatives. The only positive is that he has some funny bits when he's an androgynous person because he's attractive, I guess. And it's like that
would you
doesn't
consider
balance out
him
for me.
like an abuser for like one thing?
For what?
Like his one action, you now is he now deemed just a sexual abuser? No,
For now, yeah. Like that's
like
totally
the
that's so much levels of premeditated that it's just gross to me. Like if it was like a spontaneous kind of moment, it'd be different if it was like, you know, she leaned in for a kiss or whatever and he grabbed it from his pocket and shoved it in her mouth or something like that, right? Or like hit it in the harmonica and was like, "Hey, play it." But it's like the fact he slipped it in with a kiss assumes so much about his character and like how he thought about the process of getting this in. It wasn't like
I don't think it's
because you
like
got to think. You got
I
to
don't
think
think
it's
it.
like
I don't think it's
he
like
wasn't like I'm going to drug her. It was I'm going to drug her using what she wants. It's like psychopathic is what it is.
it is. It is.
But it's like psychopathic in a level where it's like it's really hard to redeem that off of the basis of just knowing the character, especially when his like I know what they're doing. It's like
Like it's
he
basically
himself thinks he's awful, so he's doing things that are purposely self-destructive. I get that. But until he somehow redeems himself with the fact I already disliked him and I already disliked everything that was around him, this kind of just cemented a bunch of bad feelings all at once. And now he's just like not a good character to me. Like he's a good character, but I don't like him as a character, which is fine. Like you can have a character in media and not like them and still say they're fine, right? Now I'm not going to say he's a good character because I don't like the way he's written, but he's not a bad character. I just don't like him, the character, right?
mm-hmm.
And to me, absolutely, he commits sexual assault.
like
100%.
I mean, yes, he does.
Yeah, like 100% he did. And it's psychopathic and it's creepy and it's weird. And the fact that that's what they
The
wanted to
whole
do,
like
great.
purpose of that is like so Estelle doesn't follow him was like
Yeah,
the
but it's like
thing.
they could have done it in so many different ways. Why that way? That way is just so wrong. Like, it's so twisted and gross. Like, a drink. That would have been fine. Like, sit down while I tell you the story. Here's some, like, I don't know, coffee or something, or some tea. Or, like, put it in the harmonica or whatever. Like, something like that. It would have been completely different. Like, there are no weird vibes going on there. Because you can still have, like, the whole, like, oh, he's bad, but he's not that bad because he's still a little naive in his own way. You know, like he has that childish part of him where he's still not fully cognizant of everything to do psychologically with Estelle and how to manipulate her.
Well, I
And
mean,
also have the whole
I mean, like he basically just switches modes after the fact.
I know, and I don't like that. I don't like anything to do
Because
with how
it's
they
kind,
wrote
it kind
him.
of like unlocks a memory, so it's like now he's back to like his own
Yeah,
ways, but like conflicted with that.
to me, this is like a person who went through Vietnam that has PTSD and like shoved it down somewhere.
Oh, like it's
And
not
then
like
he just
excusable.
reverted back and like snapped back into the role of like survival. And then he's just like pushing himself away from everybody because he hates that role, but he's also fulfilling that role because he remembers that and it feels more natural to him, and then he just goes off into his own thing. That's what it feels like to me. It's like
Like
a
the
soldier
intent,
who
I
like
feel like
knows that they have to do it because they're awful and like they have to get away from the people who they're gonna harm. Like I get the whole perspective.
like
I just
Joshua's like
don't like it.
whole thing is like nothing to do with like the like sexual abuse angle of it. It's just more like a means to an end. It's not like
Yeah, and
he's
I mean
not
like
like
that means to an end is bad. I don't like that means to an end. I genuinely think it would have been better written if one there was no sedative, because the sedative could be avoided in the first place, or two if the sedative was like because there's a certain level of innocence that's removed from the character the moment that he does this, right?
I
Like
think
this
that's the
entire
point.
game.
I think that's the
Yeah, I
point.
know, but like there's supposed to be something that you can like grab onto for a character that you're supposed to like, right? There's something that's like
Well, I
he's
feel
dark.
like
Like the
the
classical
whole point,
perspective of that
the whole
character
thing,
has always been they're bad, but I can fix them. You can't fix a psychopath. They're just a psychopath.
I feel like
Right?
that's a negative leaning way to deal with mental illness, but I won't get too
And
too
so
into
is
that.
slipping a sedative.
I
Like,
I know,
yeah.
but anyways, we're gonna talk in circles.
Yeah.
Sorry to leave off on such a dour note. We're gonna have
I'm not
a
leaving
more
off on a dour note. Kids, I want you to lean in real quick. Next time you see a girl, the best thing you could possibly do is give her like just look into her eyes in the swirling pool, say she's beautiful, embrace her, and get the fuck out of there because you just drugged her, baby. Let's go.
well.
Good night.
In those two situations, those are two different contexts, but I'm not gonna go there.
It's awful.
But anyways, we have more stuff to discuss. We're gonna do we're not gonna move directly onto the next game. We're gonna do a spoiler cast for the game, gather all of our thoughts,
We're gonna talk
do
about
some
game
segments, game design.
We're gonna talk about character relationships.
Thank you for joining us for this very long podcast. Hopefully, the final chapters will get shorter. I doubt it, but can only hope. Well, I'd like to thank you for joining us on this journey, and we'll see you for the next game. Bye-bye, I guess.
Bye. We love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Goodbye. Goodbye.
It's hard to say goodbye. Or like, what's that song?